Welcome, everyone. This is your friend, the DN What If, here with another exciting fanfiction. Today, we're diving into the story of what if Shinsou's hidden scars revealed a desperate cry for help? If you enjoy this video, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more fanfiction content just like this. Now, let's get started with the fanfic. Hitoshi dreaded hearing the bell that ended the school day. Dreaded when his last class ended. Dreaded going back to his house, if he could even call it his. He only stays there because he has nowhere else to go. This is why he didn't even hesitate to accept Mr. Aizawa's offer to train him after school. Didn't even think. He should have thought. At least, this was part of the reasoning. He, of course, wanted to be a hero too. That was his main reason, of course. Like, 90% of his reasoning. No, 99%. But the added bonus of not going back to the place he lives right after that school bell rang for the last time that day, not having to be at the mercy of his father for another few hours, is what made him not hesitate at all. When he heard that school bell, for the first time, his stomach didn't dip in dread. However, this led to another problem, another cold plunge into the Arctic waters of fear. This time it was from words, though. Not even bad words. He probably would be pretty relieved to hear them if he was in any good home situation. It was when Hitoshi's new mentor, the Eraserhead, he still couldn't believe Eraserhead had asked to train him, announced one sentence. One measly sentence. He was brought down by a single sentence. I think it's time we stop training for the day. The way too familiar feeling struck him. The deep dark pit. The sudden drop his stomach took, as if it just discovered it very much does not have an affinity for skydiving a bit too late. A feeling that he's felt so many times, despite only being 15. A feeling he could, unfortunately, never get used to. Some may think that's awful, but what was he supposed to do about that? It's not like he had anyone in his life who would actually care. Not like he had anywhere else to go. And just his luck. The feeling of dread was even worse now. Why hadn't he thought before accepting his idol's proposition? You see, at that exact moment his mind decided to betray him and make something occur to him. Something he'd rather not have occurred to him, especially not around someone else. Especially not around a pro hero. Especially not around Mr. Aizawa. His BLD seemed ice cold and honey thick as it sludged through his veins. He found it rather strong to breathe. He had never actually asked his father if he could stay after school. He had warned him he was staying, but he'd never asked him if he could. For any normal kid with a loving family, this mistake wouldn't have elicited such a drastic response. It wouldn't mean anything at all. They would just tell their parents they were staying after school, and all would be well. He didn't actually do anything wrong. But Hitoshi knew that didn't matter. Because Hitoshi wasn't a normal kid. And he sure as hell didn't have a loving family. He didn't even have a family sans his father, and even then he only considered him his family by BLD. And he was a mistake. An object. With a villainous quirk. Defective. That makes him about as useful and safe as a broken oven, at least to his father. And you know what a lot of people do with defective ovens to try to make it work right? Kick it. At least, that's what his father does. His father loved to have as much control over Hitoshi's life as humanly possible. And his father has made it abundantly clear what would happen if Hitoshi didn't obey, if Hitoshi came home even a minute after he usually did. He normally came home at 4:30. School ended at 3, however, Hitoshi would take his sweet time making it home. He was already pushing the limits with getting home at 4. Although Hitoshi's curfew was technically at 10, he knew that didn't matter. And although Hitoshi had sent a text hours ago, he knew that also didn't matter. What mattered was that Hitoshi hadn't asked, which would have always ended up with a laugh, some comment about him being a villain by nature, how he should stop trying to be a hero, and a glass thrown at him, and his father wouldn't have a plaything for another hour or so after the usual time. His father always needed something to take his anger out on after work. Something living that could scream. It used to be his mother. She protected him by taking the brunt of his father's quirk. But now she's gone. There's no one left who cares about him. He's so tired. He feels like a rope that's fraying under stress, holding on by a few fibers. He wants it to stop. But at this rate, it never will. He just hadn't given it thought. His father would be mad. His father would be mad at him. His father would hurt him. More than usual. His father might kill him. He'd messed up big time. His father wouldn't be gracious, he knows it. Stupid, his thoughts chastised him. Stupid, 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 stu-dash. Shinsou? Mr. Aizawa's words cut through his less than stellar thoughts, refocusing him. Right. He was still at school, still with Mr. Aizawa. Right, the training classes. The thing that started these emotions in the first place. Had Mr. Aizawa taken note of his emotions? Be logical, he was probably just annoyed that I didn't respond. Hitoshi turned his head to Mr. Aizawa from his place on the floor. When had he ended up on the floor? It was cold and smooth. He was used to finding himself laying on the ground, but this was different. Where, regularly, he'd be screaming with pain, now he only feels panic. He only felt how cold his sweat was as it clung to his too pale face. He only felt how he was shaking, unable to still himself. He only felt how quickened his breathing and heartbeat became. He tried and failed to breathe deeper, only ending up wheezing. The only objective pain he feels are from his legs, and that's purely from the training and exercising that had happened that day. He also felt Mr. Aizawa's eyes on him. Right. Hitoshi can't let him clue in on his weaknesses. After all, heroes aren't supposed to have weaknesses. Right? Mr. Aizawa studied him with an expression of confusion and exhaustion among other things that Hitoshi couldn't quite place. He didn't like how he couldn't identify his teacher's emotions. He was usually so skilled at doing so, from years of having to gauge his father and former teacher's feelings so he could act accordingly. Much like prey wary of their predator. But he couldn't quite understand his current teacher, of all people's emotions. His eyebrows were knitted and his mouth was pressed into a thin line. Was that concern? No, Hitoshi. Why would he be concerned? He's not even mandated to stick around me. Why would he go through the effort of caring? He's a teacher, after all. And I'm a difficult student with a villainous, dangerous, quirk and probably a less than great file case. Be logical. But Hitoshi could control it. He knew he could control it. That won't stop other people from judging me on it, he thought, bitterly. But Mr. Aizawa knew my quirk and still took me on. Does that count for anything? Shinsou, are you all right? Did we train too strong today? His teacher's voice seemed to waver a little as he spoke. Like he was being conscious, trying to decode Hitoshi. Like he actually cared. There was still that undertone that confused Hitoshi. He still could have sworn it could be identified as being concerned, but the only person who ever felt concern for me is dead. Shinsou, what's going on? Why are you so nervous? Did you forget something? Did his expression really give that much away? He didn't like that. How his teachers seemed to read him like a book, yet he couldn't do the same. He thought about telling Mr. Aizawa the truth, he really did. Then he caught himself. He was scared. Scared of going home. That's a setback. A weakness. Not logical. Mr. Aizawa wouldn't think it was logical. Best case scenario, he wouldn't care. Hitoshi's not important, that's what he told himself. And he believed that. If I upset Mr. Aizawa in any way, he might see me as a liability. A mistake. That he shouldn't have taken me on. He might stop training me. Leave me in the dust. I can't let him know. Not now, not yet. Not when so much is on the line. So he shook his head, smiled, or at least tried to smile. It came out more as a grimace. He saw his teacher's eyes narrow. He wondered if that was from anger or something else. He hoped it wasn't anger. He didn't want to make Mr. Aizawa angry. I'm fine, just lost my balance. Can't be doing that if I'm going to be a hero, right? Mr. Aizawa seemed to accept that. His face easing back to its normal, tired, blank slate expression. Somehow, Hitoshi couldn't help but feel a little betrayed by his immediate acceptance of his words. Why can't he see something's wrong? Why hasn't he helped? A pang of guilt shot through Hitoshi. I don't want him to see something's wrong. It's not his fault. I'm hiding it well. How could I be betrayed if I didn't want him to know in the first place? I'm a hypocritical JRK. They both headed to collect their things. Hitoshi headed to the far side of the room. He grabbed his phone from his bag and looked at the lock screen. That sheet. Nananono. He was dead. So dead. As Hitoshi looked at the messages mocking him on the lock screen of his phone, his face paled, somehow even more papery than before. He felt himself start shaking again. And against his will he started panicking again. "You know what happens now, villain," the newest text sent shivers down Hitoshi's spine. Hitoshi's mind spiraled back to when his father had talked to him, warned him about what would happen if he misbehaved. "Your punishment won't only be physical next time you disobey me, but don't worry, I'll still beat your butt from hell to back. I'll just beat your mind along with it." No, I can't panic now, not again. Hitoshi. Not in front of Mr. Aizawa. It's a liability, a setback. I'm a setback. He doesn't like setbacks, they aren't logical. He could feel Mr. Aizawa's eyes on him, studying him. He couldn't let his mentor see him this way. Couldn't let his feelings get the best of him. A repressed voice ringed faintly in his head. Why not? He's shown me nothing but kindness and acceptance. He muffled it, all it did was spew lies. He hid his paralyzing fear best he could and set off for home. He didn't look back at Mr. Aizawa. Didn't want his ever-studying teacher to see through him and into his fears. Didn't want him to see the hot, salty tears making their way down his face as his emotions betrayed him. Illogical. A knot of dread writhed and clawed at his stomach as he walked home. Lost his balance, my butt. Shoyuta had seen what happened. There was nothing he could have tripped over. He wasn't blind. Not yet, at least. Right before Shinsou had collapsed, his worryingly pale face had whitened even further, and his breathing had quickened. His too thin body shaking like a leaf. That's not normal. That's not losing balance. He'd realized something, Shoyuta figured. He'd panicked. For some reason, though, he's not too keen to share what had shaken him so badly with me. That concerned Shoyuta. Does he think he can't trust me? Shoyuta couldn't help but feel dejected at this. Wait, what? Shinsou isn't my kid. Why do I care so much? He's my student, Shoyuta reasoned with himself. It's normal to care about your Kate student. It's normal to care about your student. I need to talk to him about what made him feel this way, he then concluded. He was about to open his mouth to say something, but when he looked at a Shinsou, his words caught in his throat. His student looked so frail. Sweat was still sticking to his skin. He had a panicked expression on his face, eyes wide and searching. Like a deer in the headlights. Or the child in a dangerous circumstance. His concerningly large eye bags looked infinitely darker and more prominent in stark contrast to his pale skin. He could see that Shinsou was desperately trying to stop shaking, but it was fruitless. He looked like glass. He'd shatter and fall to a million pieces on the floor. Like he's already shattered and is trying to sweep up the pieces and tape them back together. Shoyuta had never noticed how clearly he could clearly see the kid's ribs. That's not normal. That's not right. Was he eating? Should Shoyuta be worried about that? In any case, he looked so tired once the panic wore off. I'll have to talk about it some other time. I don't think interrogating him right now would be too beneficial. So he accepted Shinsou's half-baked, frankly non-believable, lie in response to Shuta's concerns. Despite how much he wanted to push it, how much he wanted to make sure that his student was actually okay, he didn't. He needed to talk to Shinsou, and also needed to teach him some deception skills. But not now. It's for the best, right? I'm doing the right thing. He desperately hoped he was. He saw his student's shoulders fall after he let it go. He couldn't tell if it was because he was relieved, or because he was disappointed. He didn't want either to be true. If he was relieved, that means he's hiding something. If he was disappointed, that means Shuta's failed him. Shoyuta kept an eye on Shinsou as he headed over to the far side of the room to collect his things. Shinsou picked up his phone and looked at his lock screen. Why was Shoyuta watching Shinsou as if he'll shatter? He's not Shuta's child, and he's not made of glass. He made it to the top 8 in the sports festival. Am I going soft? He shook his head, almost offended at himself. But despite his dismissal of the thoughts, he still continued to watch Shinsou. Something was wrong, horribly wrong. Shinsou, who had calmed down by now, started to panic again. This wasn't normal, was it? Children didn't usually panic this much, right? I'm not good with this stuff. Shoyuta watched as Shinsou tried to calm down. Though, at this point, he looked like he was going to either shove his panic down for later, puke, or collapse. Shoyuta needed to be near Shinsou if it was one of the latter two. He found that he'd rather be near Shinsou if the first one happened too. When did he start caring so deeply for this kid? Before he could make it over to where Shinsou was, however, he watched as Shinsou stilled his shaking for the most part. Shoyuta faltered. His student stood up a little too quickly than normal to leave. Apparently he was dealt the first option. Shoyuta almost wishes Shinsou had puked, or even collapsed. That was more solvable than buried panic. Less destructive. It would have led to Shoyuta having a logical explanation to warrant looking into Shinsou's potential problems. Something was clearly wrong, clearly so wrong. But Shinsou just couldn't seem to bring it up. And neither could Shoyuta. Shoyuta forced himself not to call out to Shinsou. Forced himself to not push further into what was wrong. Forced himself not to worry. For all he knew, maybe it's not important. Maybe it's embarrassing. Shoyuta told himself this. He didn't believe it. As he walked home, his thoughts kept wandering to Shinsou. Even if it was just him forgetting something, why would it warrant such a huge response? That hinted that there was something else wrong outside the small problem. If it was a monumental problem, well, he didn't really want to think about that. It seems like there's locked doors with this kid that I don't have the keys to open yet. That's all right though. I'm not his father. This is a parent's job. He briefly considered that maybe his student's parents weren't good people. He dismissed that. Shinsou would come to him if that was the case, right? I'll have to talk to Hisashi about this, he thought as he walked up the steps of his house. He knows more about dealing with people than I do. I hope I made the right decision. A dark monster of worry festered in Shuta's mind the more he thought about Shinsou. Shamelessly singing to a popular English song and cooking rather loudly, Hisashi almost didn't notice when the door opened. Almost. Hey, Shoyuta. How's it? His boyfriend put down his bag and capture weapon by the door, then headed to the kitchen table. He pulled out one of the chairs, making a squeaking noise on the floor. As he slipped into the chair, he dropped some essays about heroics he had to grade on the wooden table. Fine. Kaminari interrupted the class to show some sort of joke he'd seen. It wasn't even that funny, but other than that, they were better than usual. Maybe you're just too out of the loop to understand it? Shoyuta scoffed, turning his attention to the self-proclaimed class clown's word vomit of an essay. He knew the kid was trying strong to improve, and this essay was at least better than the last one. It was readable, mostly. It was slow progress, but progress nonetheless. Both Shoyuta and Hisashi were proud of Kaminari for his efforts to get better grades. Hisashi smiled, flipping the vegetables on the cooking pan. They made a sizzling sound as the previously exposed side hit the hot material. As he continued cooking, he kept looking back at Shoyuta. He was off. Something was bothering him. Shoyuta was usually cold and distant, but not in this way. His body language was a lot different than usual. He's probably just stressed or burnt out. He'll tell me if something's really wrong. This didn't completely absolve his worries, however. He turned his attention back to the stove for the most part, humming to the next song on the radio. I don't know this one that well. Shoyuta looked up from his mind-numbing excuse for an essay courtesy of Ishido. He smirked. Wow, what a twist, even I've heard this one. Maybe you're the one losing your relevant shine. Hisashi faked a dramatic gasp, turning on his heel to face Shoyuta. You wound me. I'll have you know that I am as up-to-date as you can be without being weird. Thank you very much. Plus, you're one to talk Mr. What Say meme and how Nshmom back to Japanese. Yo, I still can't believe that you managed to change your phone language to Indonesian by accident. That takes sheer, willful, frankly admirable, ignorance. Hey, not everyone can waste hours of their day acting the part of a cockatoo on the internet. Wow, Shoyuta. That's low, even for you. The man at the table did a weird snort laugh thing. Hisashi thought it was cute. He was more glad that he seemed to be less stressed than when he first walked in. All in the day's work of being a good boyfriend. Hisashi still needed to talk about what made Shoyuta feel worried when he first came in. But for now, this was fine. After a few more minutes of chopping, sizzling, mixing, preparing, and singing, Hisashi poked out of the kitchen with 2 bowls. It's dinner time, you gloomy Gus. He placed a bowl in front of Shoyuta and another at the spot next to him. Shoyuta has moved from considerably worse performing students onto Midoriya. His eyes were glazed over. Why does Midoriya go on so many tangents in his essays? You'd think he'd at least be better in writing than speaking. Hizashi smiled at him. The kid's got a lot of energy and analyzing skills. Plus, I speak a lot too. Yeah, but I can ignore you easily. He made a strangled sound in response to that. His boyfriend continued, your chatter isn't usually that important anyway. I can't fill in everything with important information, you give me too much space to work with. It's better now that Eri is here, but whenever she's somewhere else, like right now, it's still just so quiet. Shoyuta hummed and looked back down to Midoriya's essay, quickly finishing the last paragraph. He glazed over many unnecessary sentences. Despite Shoyuta's seeming happier, there was a stressed undertone in his eyes. Hizashi needed to sort this out. He didn't want Shoyuta to feel any sort of awful. Hey, Shoyuta? Come on, what's going on with you? He stayed silent for a while before sighing long and dejected. The kind of sigh that seems to age someone 10 years. He maneuvered himself to be looking at Hizashi. He looked so conflicted, concerned, and almost sad. It made Hizashi nervous. He almost never got like this. And when he did, it was never a good thing. Is it really that obvious? No, but I've known you for over 15 years. He hummed again. He didn't answer the question. Hizashi frowned, taking a bite of his food. So what's going on? After a few more moments of hesitation, he finally asked, you remember Shinsou, right? Your protege with the purple hair and the brainwashing quirk? Yeah. He did really great at the sports festival. Shoyuta opened his mouth. There were many things that worried Shoyuta about Shinsou. But at the time, his mind focused on a specific thing. How worryingly thin Shinsou was. How he never seemed to look like he'd gotten enough to eat. Shoyuta couldn't pretend like he'd never heard the many growls and cries of hunger from his student's stomach. He'd have to be an idiot to not. Shoyuta had other reasons to be concerned for Shinsou, but hunger was the least shrouded of Shinsou's problems at the moment. I don't think Shinsou's eating much. Or at least not as much as he should be. Hizashi sat thinking for a little. It made sense that Shoyuta was worried. He'd built quite the relationship with many of his students this year. He was really showing his protection over children a lot more than normal. It was endearing. Plus, Hizashi had noticed how thin Shinsou was. Now he knew that he wasn't crazy being concerned about it. Do you think he doesn't have enough money, or just doesn't know what to eat? Shoyuta swallowed his food as he thought, I'm not sure. I would most likely say the former, since he looks like he doesn't eat much at all. There could be another reason, Hizashi's mind suggested. He quickly doubled back. No, he would have told someone. Aren't there programs for that? Well, yeah. Something tells me that Shinsou wouldn't want people to know. He's a private person, doesn't like other people worrying about his issues. Shoyuta stirred his food. He doesn't seem to want to be trouble for anyone. I don't think he'd be trouble for anyone. Would he have told someone? Shoyuta smiled slightly. I agree with you. He's a good kid, despite what his records say. I don't think he'd be trouble, but I'm pretty sure he believes the opposite. You really care about your little listener. Shuda's head shot up, looking at his partner incredulously. Everybody in the school staff knew how much he cared about his students. It's obvious he'd die for them in a heartbeat. In spite of this, Shoyuta still desperately tried to get an argument across every time, on he's my student. Hizashi laughed at his slightly flushed face and his stammered out excuse, sure of course. Shut up, Shoyuta composed himself, still slightly pink. Anyway, do you have any ideas of how we could help him? Hizashi smiled even wider, if that was even possible. Yep. After Hizashi relayed his plan, Shoyuta left to get Eri from her playdate with Mirio and Midoriya. Hizashi was left with his own thoughts. Thus his brain slipped back into earlier concerns. Could neglect be the culprit? It was a somber thought. Hizashi didn't want it to be true. Desperately. He wanted it to be a simple budget problem, something that could be easily fixed. Well, not easily, but still. Hizashi would be stupid to not at least entertain the idea. However, it was likely enough to have him concerned. He hoped the kid would be okay. With shaking legs, Hitoshi walked up to the door of his house. The day was exponentially colder than usual, but that wasn't the reason he was shaking. Trembling hands reached toward the brass knob of the old door. Well, old was an understatement. This door was positively ancient. Once teal paint peeled long ago revealed an ugly brown, making an even uglier look, and splinters shot out at random angles from the once smooth wood, begging to get stuck in Hitoshi's skin. The rest of the house wasn't very pretty either, but it was a roof over his head. Despite his father. This is better than nothing. He slowly opened the door. Regardless of years of training himself to open doors and walk across floors silently, this door never heeded to his wishes. He cringed at the long creak as it echoed through the hallway. Though in reality, it was not a very loud creak, it felt as though the sound pounded in his head. Hoping that his father hadn't heard him, he started to walk to his room, careful to avoid the squeaky floorboards. It didn't matter, though. He flinched and a high-pitched noise escaped his throat as he heard a cold, gruff voice behind him. He was rounding the corner, almost to his destination. He was so close, and yet, his bedroom, safety, felt like a mile away. Look who finally decided to show its face. Hitoshi's BLD, ice cold, seemed to slow. His heart beat too fast, cold sweat sticking to his brow. He slowly turned around to face his father, purple eyes wide, searching for a non-existent way out, and teeth gritted. He called him an it, stripping him of his humanity. That was a bad sign. He only did that when he was really angry. Nukashi Shinsou was a rather beefy man. His hair was a very dark, almost black, purple color, slicked back in a formal appearance despite his personality. His eyes were yellow and seemed to pierce into the souls of those he looked at. But his father's strength and unnerving appearance weren't the worst parts of him. No, that award was donned by his quirk. Disreality. It allowed his father to make a person see and feel anything he wants them to. It can be activated if someone reacts to what his father says. It doesn't have to be a question, nor does the person have to react verbally, unlike Hitoshi. So it's even harder for someone to avoid it unless they had a negating quirk. Like Mr. Aizawa's quirk. Stop it. He's not coming and I know it. I'm alone in this. His father's quirk was powerful. It could have been used for so many good things, and helped so many people. It was so frustrating. Hitoshi had tried all his life to make people see past his quirk, to not write him off as a villain because of it. But here was his own father, doing the exact things that Hitoshi was told all his life he was destined to do. Hurt, scare, and generally take advantage of people through fear and power. The non-existent morality of his father isn't what he should be focusing on right now, though. Neither the absence of his favorite hero and mentor. He stared at his father, paralyzed in fear. His father grinned, showcasing his yellow teeth for the world to see. Where were you? His words held no concern. They were said in a cold, heartless way. It was very unlike how Mr. Aizawa asked questions. Maybe his teacher did really care. He'd give anything to be back in the safe company of him. Or really anyone who wasn't his father. He'd even take that missed villain at this point. He seemed like a good dad. The surprisingly present morality of the villain versus his father was not what he should have been thinking about. His father continued speaking. Let me guess. You were committing crimes like the villain you are. Hitoshi knew there was no way he'd get out of this, so he responded. Better to give him what he wants quickly than have him use other methods to get him to respond. You know where I was. I told you. Through text. You read it. I was at school. I'm not a villain, no matter how much you want me to be. Hitoshi knew he shouldn't say this. It won't do any good. But he didn't care anymore. He was so tired of holding his tongue. He was going to be punished anyway. Feisty today, aren't you? Nukashi stepped forward, his breath, oozing with alcohol, hit Hitoshi's face. You know that's how she ended up dead, right? Hitoshi narrowed his eyes and tensed his jaw even harder. He was careful to not breathe through his nose. He still somehow smelled the booze. It was too strong, making Hitoshi feel slightly queasy. He kept eye contact. Nukashi grinned wider, laughing, what a show. He backed up and crossed his arms, still grinning. His grin could barely even be classified as happy. It was more sadistic, hungry, but you know you won't get out of this. It's time for your punishment, kid. The main entertainment of my show tonight. Hitoshi kept eye contact. For knives shot from behind and stabbed him in the back. He kept eye contact. At this point he couldn't tense his jaw more without breaking his teeth. He felt the familiar, sickeningly warm feeling of blood crawl down his back. Hot, salty tears flowed from his eyes. It's not real, it's not real. The blades burrowed deeper, causing blood to pool in his mouth. He didn't want to be his father's show of the night. Not real, not real. He was begging with himself to stop feeling this. Stop seeing this. His entire body shuddered. He tried to keep his mouth shut. He didn't want to lose now, but his jaw betrayed him. He let out a choked, pained yell, finally breaking eye contact as he slid to the floor. Damn it, why did it need to hurt so much? It's not real. It's just a quirk. Not real, not real, not real, not dash. His thoughts slipped as his vision blurred. The last thing he saw was the laughing face of his father before all he could see was darkness. He woke up on the bottle shard-covered floor hours later. There was no sign of blood or injuries. Because it wasn't real. What was real was the smell of alcohol that would probably be in his clothes now. He hoped no one would ask him about it. That didn't matter right now. He's uninjured. It wasn't real. See, not real. I'm okay. I'm safe. Hitoshi told himself this as he shuddered and cried on the floor. He didn't believe himself. He wished he did. Though he'd never actually been hurt, he hurt. He hurt all over, especially where the illusion knives had buried themselves. Phantom pains. He's familiar. Though they usually only really happen when an individual loses their arm or something, phantom pains seem to be a side effect of Nukashi's quirk. Or maybe Hitoshi's mind just hates him. Racked with sobs, he shivered on the harsh carpet floor for around 20 minutes before finally moving. Crawling to his room was very painful. He hurt so much. He was so tired. He would have been conscious of the noise he was making had he not heard the loud TV coming from his father's bedroom. His father was probably in an alcohol-induced sleep on the couch by now. He crawled onto his bed. At least he had a bed, right? Better than nothing. Relishing the soft mattress, his eyes surveyed the room, locking onto his phone. The concerned look of his mentor flashed through his mind. I'm pretty sure he was concerned. I hope. As selfish as he told himself he was being, he still wanted someone, just one person, to care about him. To be concerned about him. He reached for his phone, unlocking it. The time read 12:46 a.m. He stared at his contact list, specifically at his contact named Aizawa Shoyuta. I could tell him, he thought, if I told him, he could come help me. He could take me away. Take me away from here. Take me away from him. His finger hovered over call. Just one call. Just one call and this can all be over. This can all be over. He hesitated. I don't have proof. Mr. Aizawa's a logical person. He wouldn't believe something on words alone. He wouldn't like me coming to him without evidence. Plus it's late. He wouldn't appreciate being called at these hours. Especially not by me. I'm not even his student. I'm just a side project, something that can be put off easily. Hitoshi's mind continued against his wishes, and where would I even go if I was taken away? Foster care? I would probably be considered a dangerous child given my quirk. I don't want to think about what some families might do. Adoption? At my age? With my quirk? Not likely. Not to mention that I need to stay in around the same area as UA, which is expensive. Hitoshi absently wondered how his father could afford this house. He knew that it was bought brand new. He removed his finger from its position over the call button. It's only another 2 years. I can do this. This is better than nothing. Hitoshi pretended to believe this for the sake of having a shred of hope. Throughout the day, Shoyuta thought about how he would try bring up Hizashi's idea to Shinsou. His boyfriend's idea was a simple one, so simple it might work. We could just invite him to eat out with us, he'd proposed. But maybe Shinsou didn't want help? How would he react? Shoyuta hoped that Shinsou would agree to it. He knew the kid didn't like getting other people involved in his problems, but he hoped he would make an exception this time. The school bell chimed, signaling the end of the day. From across the crowd of students, Shoyuta saw the telltale banana hair Hizashi insisted was fashionable. Spotting Shoyuta, Despite his appearance doing well to blend him in with the crowd, Hizashi weaved through to him, "Key eraser." He dropped his volume to a near whisper after that. "I'm heading to pick up Eri and head over to the restaurant in about an hour." Shoyuta nodded. After Hizashi made his way over to someone else, Shoyuta started toward the gym that he and Shinsou used. He contemplated how to ask Shinsou Hizashi's question. As he entered through the obnoxiously large door of the gym, he saw that his student was already there, sitting on the ground clutching his stomach. That wasn't a good sign. He semi-waved to Shinsou as he slipped his bag off his shoulder. Walking up to him, Shoyuta decided to put out his offer right there. "We'll have to end this training session early, at around 4. Shinsou looked up. "What the? You have something going on?" Shoyuta frowned at that. Shinsou's eyes were wide as he looked at Shoyuta. He stopped himself from asking a question? But why? He's shown complete control over his quirk in the past. Plus, he's asked questions before. Like to Midoriya at the sports festival. He couldn't help but feel like that was a really bad sign. You know you can ask questions, right? Shinsou's eyes widened further. With a start, Shoyuta realized that he'd been frightened before then. Frightened of him and of asking questions. The sports festival is an unfair comparison, Shoyuta realized. At the sports festival, he was supposed to use his quirk. Due to the nature of his quirk, it'd make sense that people would be wary of him asking questions. Maybe even speaking in general. It's not okay, but at least now I can make sense of the situation. Discrimination isn't something I can solve in a day, but at least I can do my part to try. Shinsou deserves everything anyone else has. This includes asking questions. But my quirk? You can control it, though, can you not? Yeah. People don't usually care about that. The last part was said quietly enough to be a whisper. He was beaming. Shoyuta had never seen him smile so big. His eyes sparkled, full of a childlike glee. Why is the human decency to let him ask questions, something that warrants this positive of a response? Shoyuta knew he already had the answer. Shinsou, I do not and never will support discrimination on the basis of quirks. I will never support discrimination in general. You deserve everything anyone else has. Whether that person has a water quirk, a psychological quirk, or no quirk at all. He didn't want to think that his student had be the victim of things as heinous as quirkism. It was really the most logical conclusion given the provided information, however. The way Shinsou looked at him with curiosity and hope that suggested he'd never heard those words before didn't do much against that assessment. To answer your unasked question, I have dinner plans with my partner and daughter. He hesitated for a few seconds. Actually, I was wondering if you might want to come with us. What? Shinsou still cringed as the question left his mouth. Shoyuta looked around a bit awkwardly. He had never been good with people, especially not children. He had actually tried to ask Hizashi if he'd ask Shinsou for him, but he just laughed and said Shoyuta was adorable. The JRK. He'd even used Shuta's own logic against him by saying that he needed the social skills, and that this was the logical conclusion. Shoyuta was gonna shove that logical conclusion right up his. Well, I noticed that you didn't seem to have enough energy to do training for the entire 2.5 hours, and I've also noticed how you always seem hungry. I might be reading things wrong, but the logical conclusion I came to there was that you weren't getting enough food at home. I don't know the reason, but I thought I could help by offering dinner. Well, it was actually my partner's idea, but... Shinsou just stared blankly at his teacher as he trailed off. He looked dumbfounded. Are you sure that's okay? You said you were eating dinner with your partner and daughter. Wouldn't I be interrupting? Oh, my partner likes you, and my daughter loves heroes and hero students. Okay then. Thank you. Thank you so much. Shinsou was bowing way too deep for the fact that all Shoyuta did was offer food. He awkwardly cleared his throat anyway. Let's work on your punches. Hitoshi regretted not stealing something from the kitchen that morning. He hadn't been fed, he was being punished, and he knew that. It wasn't the first time it had happened, and Hitoshi was sure it wouldn't be the last. But the fact that it was a normal occurrence didn't make it hurt any less. If Hitoshi had stolen food from his house, he knew that he very well could have been caught. Plus, he couldn't steal. He was going to be a hero. But his stomach didn't seem to care about morals. It made going through his day painful. Admittedly, this was the first time his father's done this while. He's been exercising so much. Even outside of Mr. Aizawa's training, Shinsou's been exercising on his own. That's probably what makes it hurt more. It's his own fault. His class was dismissed early, so Hitoshi sat in the gym for a while. He was on the floor clutching his stomach to try to stop the pain. It'd be sort of embarrassing if his teacher were to walk in then. But I have to get a hold of myself. If I can't even handle some stupid hunger, then how am I supposed to be a hero? And speak of the devil. As he entered the gym, Mr. Aizawa waved a greeting at him. Shinsou returned it, biting back a wince and a curse as he stood and as his stomach tried to curl in on itself. He wasn't sure if he could make it through the entirety of training. He wasn't able to get that much lunch that day, regretfully having to throw away food as the next class was about to start. He also wasn't fed breakfast or dinner. But that's the usual when he's being punished. He's lucky he got any food at lunch at all. If the lunches costed even a cent, he knew his father wouldn't allow him to have one. Mr. Aizawa started speaking. Hitoshi tried his best to pay attention despite his aching stomach. We'll have to end this training session early, at around 4. Just his luck. He can't even pretend like everything is fine for another few hours. He looked up at his teacher. What dash he caught himself. I can't ask a question. Idiot. This is the first adult who's actually given a sheet about me and I'm going to ruin it. He'll never want to help me again. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Just act like it was an accident. Yeah. You've got something going on. Mr. Aizawa's lips pressed into a firm line. Despite his best efforts, it didn't seem to matter that he caught himself. His teacher still seemed disapproving. As Mr. Aizawa opened his mouth, Hitoshi tensed. You know you can ask questions, right? He hadn't expected that. Hitoshi's eyes widened, flabbergasted, at his teacher. He'd never been told he could ask questions. Most times he was told to just not talk at all. That he was a liability. That he was a bad person, a villain. Did Mr. Aizawa just forget about his quirk? He protested against his teacher's words weakly. But my dash. Quirk? You can control it though, can you not? Hitoshi couldn't believe what he was hearing. People don't usually care about that. Hitoshi was quite aware that he was grinning like an idiot, but he couldn't bring himself to care at this point. He'd never been this happy in his entire life that he could remember. His teacher wasn't finished, though. Shinsou. I do not and never will support discrimination on the basis of quirks. I will never support discrimination in general. You deserve everything anyone else has. Whether that person have a water quirk, a psychological quirk, or no quirk at all. Shinsou was shocked. He couldn't help the curiosity and the hope that surfaced. He always tried his best to keep his emotions as hidden as possible, but he couldn't. Whether it was because of his hunger, lack of sleep, or pure elation, Shinsou's feelings were on display. He had to put a lot of his energy into not crying. Don't cry, don't cry. Not in front of Mr. Aizawa. Heroes don't cry. Except for Midoriya. But Midoriya's quirk can shatter his bones. I'd cry too. To answer your unasked question, I have dinner plans with my partner and daughter. He paused before continuing. He seemed a little awkward. Actually, I was wondering if you might want to come with us. It took a few seconds for the question to sink into Hitoshi's still dumb happy brain. Mr. Aizawa explained his reasoning, and all Hitoshi could do was stare at him. He was almost spot on. It was incredible. He was a pro-hero for a reason, and that reason was shown in all its glory here. As much as he wanted to eat, he remembered that his teacher had said he was eating dinner with his partner and daughter. It was crazy to him that Mr. Aizawa would have a partner, let alone a daughter. He never really seemed like the type. But more than that, he wondered if his teacher had asked his partner and daughter beforehand. He didn't want to annoy them. Mr. Aizawa was kind to him, but Mr. Aizawa was an exception. Not the status quo. Shinsou voiced part of his worries. Are you sure that's okay? You said you were eating dinner with your partner and daughter. Wouldn't I be interrupting? Mr. Aizawa, however, waved off his questions as well as concerns immediately. No. My partner likes you, and my daughter loves heroes and hero students. Okay then. Thank you. Thank you so much. Shinsou bowed. Something in Hitoshi glowed when he realized that his teacher had lumped him in with the heroes and the hero students, exactly the people he was wanting to be. His partner likes me? I wonder if I know them. God, my father would kill me if he knew I was spending time with Mr. Aizawa. I don't know why, but he's always hated heroes, especially underground ones. I guess me wanting to become one is a bit ironic. And his daughter likes heroes and hero students? I guess that's to be expected since she's the daughter of a pro. I wonder how old she is. They started training. Hitoshi's stomach desperately waited for 4 when it can get food and relief from the pains of starvation. Despite how greedy he felt, Hitoshi couldn't help but be eager for 4 as well. Mr. Tezawa offered this. That's not being greedy, right? I'll just get the cheapest thing at the restaurant or something. Maybe his life was finally looking up a bit. He kept himself from having too much hope, but just barely. Hizashi sat at the restaurant table, leg bouncing, nervously. He didn't know why that was. Maybe it was because of the unknown reason of why they needed to do this in the first place. A child not getting the right amount of food at home is a big deal, and Hizashi was concerned about the circumstances here. Eri sat near him chattering away. It had taken so long to get her to be open enough to talk like this. It made Hizashi smile hearing it. The bell above the restaurant door chimed. Hizashi broke out of his thoughts as he looked toward the noise. He beamed as he saw the familiar rough black hair and shoddy fashion sense of his boyfriend. Seeing the unruly purple hair of Shuda's protege in tow, Hizashi smiled even brighter. Catching Shuda's eye, he waved him over. Eri looked sort of confused at Shinsou as they both walked over, but she still seemed happy. Shoyuda and Shinsou slipped into the seats at the table. Hizashi greeted them. Hey Shinsou, hey Shoyuda. Shoyuda nodded at him. But Shinsou just stared intently at him. It made him feel awkward. He gestured to Eri, who seemed content now that she knew Shinsou's name. This is Eri, he introduced. Something seemed to click for Shinsou and he finally stopped with his unnerving stare. You're Mr. Yamada. A frown flickered on Hizashi's face for a split second before he smoothed it over with a smile. Yep. I'm surprised. Most people can't recognize me in my off-duty clothes. Why did Shinsou stop himself from asking a question? Is it because of his quirk? Hizashi knew how dangerous voice quirks were dealt with a lot. Hell, it was how he lived a lot of his life when he was younger. He'd learned JSL because he was legally deaf, sure, but he'd also learned it because in many parts of his life he was forbidden from speaking. People were so afraid of his quirk going off that they just took away his ability to speak. In general, he couldn't help but wonder if Shinsou had some of the same restrictions. It made him sick to think that people were still doing that today. Shinsou turned his attention to Eri. Hi, Eri, my name is Shinsou Hitoshi. Hi Hitoshi. Shinsou smiled lopsidedly. He reminded Hizashi so much of Shoyuda it was unreal. He might actually have to buy into Todoroki's theories about that. Eri and I already decided on our orders. And I'm guessing Shoyuda wants his usual dash. I really don't care what I get. I know. Anyway, what are you wanting to get, little listener? Shinsou looked around awkwardly. Well, I don't really have that much money to pay Bidash. Hizashi waved him off. Nonsense. I have 3 jobs, Shoyuda has 2. We're not strong-pressed for money at all. But dash. Seriously, kid, Shoyuda cut him off. It's okay. I wouldn't have offered it otherwise. Shinsou still picked the cheapest dish on the menu. Well, least he picked one, Hizashi supposed. Hizashi chatted with Eri and Shoyuda for a while. Shinsou only spoke when he was asked something. Hizashi could tell that Shinsou had something to ask by his body language. He kept on almost saying something then catching himself, looking anxious. After a little, the group fell into silence. Why dash? Shinsou started before abruptly falling silent, face slightly paler than usual. Sorry. Hizashi frowned, sharing a look with his boyfriend. It seems some of my concerns were right. He inwardly sighed, mood considerably dampened. However, he knew how to smooth over that sadness easily. Eri looked up at the apology from the crayon drawing she'd engrossed herself into. Hizashi turned his gaze back to Shinsou, who was looking more and more uncomfortable. His eyes were flitting around, seemingly trying to find an exit. Hisashi offered a careful smile. You can ask questions, you know? No one's gonna get on ya here for that. He purposely spoke more casual than usual, hoping to put the increasingly panicking teen to ease. Shinsou snapped his head to Hisashi, a shocked look on his face. Hisashi knew what would come next, so he beat Shinsou to it, no matter your quirk. Shinsou just stared at a loss for words. How dash. Hisashi lowered his voice to a bit louder than a whisper. I have a voice quirk too. His smile fell to be bittersweet. I know what some people do. Shinsou continued to stare at him, mouth open and cheeks slightly flushed. Their waiter came to their table to deliver their food. After a bit of eating and casual chat, Shinsou finally asked the question he'd been trying to for a while. Why did you invite me to dinner, Mr. Yamada? Mr. Aizawa said it was your idea. Hisashi smiled, putting down his bite of food. To be honest, I'd noticed how thin you were. It concerned me. When Shoyuta, he pointed back to his boyfriend, brought you up, I suggested that we help you by getting you dinner. I hope that's alright with you. Plus, I thought it'd be fun to get to know you better. He shot finger guns at Shinsou. Shinsou swallowed his food, looking between Hisashi and Shoyuta. Does this mean that this is going to be a normal thing? He looked so hopeful, it made Hisashi's heart ache. He didn't like that he was so hopeful over getting a meal every day. He shouldn't be so hopeful over getting basic human needs fulfilled. Hisashi knew that was obvious, but still. Shoyuta nodded. Are you sure? It's like Hisashi said before, we're not strong-pressed for money. Eri piped up, does that mean I get to see Hitoshi more then? Yep. Hisashi popped the pea. Shinsou smiled, and Hisashi knew that this time it was completely genuine. The group continued their food and conversations, Shinsou adding his commentary more often than before. Hisashi swore to himself that he'd help keep Shinsou safe. The dinner was a good start, but he knew it wasn't the end. This kid deserved a good life. Hisashi would see to it that he had one. Getting dinner with Shinsou was steadily starting to become a routine. Though it had only been 3 days of doing it. Shinsou seemed to be happier than before. He still seemed too tired. A kid his age shouldn't have that dark of eye bags. Shoyuta knew he was being hypocritical thinking that, though, Eri was growing to really love Hitoshi. Even though she'd only actually gone to dinner with him one other time sans the first. She had very important semi-regular playdates with Togata and Midoriya on Wednesdays and Fridays. Shoyuta was still worried about his student, but it was muted a bit since he didn't have to worry about Shinsou's food situation. He had hoped, naively, that the lack of food was Shinsou's guardian's singular problem. He should have known he'd be wrong. The training had been okay for the most part. Shinsou moved more fluidly now than even a week before. It was probably because he was actually getting food. Shoyuta wished he'd have noticed the lack of food earlier. He couldn't help but feel guilty in that sense. They continued training, throwing punches and kicks. Shinsou might be getting better, but he still ended up on the floor with Shuta's foot lightly pressing on his hip. Shoyuta would never put more than a little weight on his foot. He didn't actually want to hurt his student. He removed his foot from Shinsou's hip after a few seconds, but the damage seemed to already have been done. Something was wrong. Shinsou's breathing was picking up, his eyes looking around wildly, yet not seeming to pick up his surroundings. Another panic attack. At least Shoyuta was close enough to deal with it this time. Dropping down to be on the same level as Shinsou, he offered condolences and apologies in a soft voice. Shinsou was muttering in a panically, clearly not comprehending his surroundings. Please don't. Please stop, don't hurt me. I'll do better. I promise. Please don't hurt me. I'm sorry, his words were taken over by sobs. Shinsou, you're safe. No one's going to hurt you, you're at UA. You're safe. Shoyuta carefully put his hand on Shinsou's shoulder. He flinched, strong. Flinching was a common sign of physical abuse. If Shinsou was being abused, why didn't he have any visible scars and bruises? Shoyuta started to pull back his hand before his student immediately grasped onto it, like a lifeline. Shoyuta slowly moved closer to Shinsou, who leaned into his kind touch, shivering. Hey, Shinsou, can you look at me? Shinsou turned his gaze to Shoyuta, still crying. He looked so small. Why did he cry so quietly? Had Shoyuta been even a little further away, It'd look more like he was just cold and shivering. "You're safe here, Shinsou, okay?" After a few seconds, his student partially nods. Shoyuta and Shinsou stay on the floor for a while until it was the usual time for them to head to dinner. Shinsou got up. Without looking at Shoyuta, he said, I'm going to go to my house today. My father was planning on making dinner." "Oh, of course, I'm glad he's able to do that today." Shoyuta paused. "Hey, Shinsou?" Shinsou paused from where he was collecting his things. "You know you can talk to me if anything's wrong, right?" Shinsou stayed silent for too long before finally he nodded. However, Shoyuta wasn't sure if Shinsou really believed what he said. "Okay, well, see you on Monday." "Yeah, goodbye, Mr. Aizawa." "And, thank you." Before Shoyuta could respond, Shinsou was out of the door. He was alone in the gym with only his growing concerns as company. He texted Hizashi to tell him that he'd just be coming straight home instead of eating out. As he walked home, his mind analyzed the situation. Looking at it logically, all the signs point to some sort of abuse. At least, past abuse. Shinsou never seemed stiff while training, and I've never really noticed any scars. The way Shinsou reacted back there, though, is really concerning. I was barely even putting weight on his CST. It shouldn't have elicited that response. At least, not if he has a safe household. Then saying that he doesn't need to get dinner from me today. Maybe his father could have been planning to make food. But maybe he wanted to avoid questions. He seemed very anxious to leave after that. Maybe he was just embarrassed about the panic attack? But it still seems like quite the coincidence. Shuda's thoughts organized themselves as he entered his house. He could hear Hizashi humming as he got ready for his Thursday session of Put Your Hands Up radio. Eri had already left to go to her playdate and wouldn't be home for another few hours. She had a playdate today instead of tomorrow because Togata and Midoriya had a lot of academic material to get done on Friday this week. Shoyuta entered the bathroom where Hizashi did his hair. He smiled as he saw Shoyuta in the mirror. "Hey, Shoyuta. Why'd you come straight home today?" Shinsou said his dad was making dinner tonight. "Well, that's great, right? Since they seem to have enough food to eat tonight, at least." Shoyuta stayed silent. Hizashi's smile turned a bit quizzical. "What else happened?" "I think he's being, or at least has been, physically abused." Hizashi's smile completely fell at that point. They had both suspected it, but this was the first time either of them had verbally said so. Shoyuta continued, "We were training and I had pinned him down. I had my foot on his CST, but I didn't even put weight on it." He panicked, Hizashi. He kept on muttering apologies and he begged for me to not hurt him. It took me around 10 minutes to calm him down. I've never noticed any stiffness from him, mostly just exhaustion. I also haven't noticed any scars or anything. Hizashi spoke up then, as they now sat on his couch having left the bathroom a few minutes before. "I can't explain the lack of stiffness, but he could be wearing makeup to hide his scars, like I do. His guardian might force him to hide the scars." Shoyuta nodded, grimly. "I'm worried about leaving him alone for the weekend." Hizashi hummed in agreement. "There's nothing we can do about it, though. We don't have strong evidence for any abuse yet. I just hope he'll contact us if anything's off." They sat in silence, thinking about their student. Eventually, Hizashi had to leave to run his radio show. After embracing Shoyuta goodbye, he grabbed the things he needed and almost tripped over a cat as he ran out the door. Leaving Shoyuta, once again, alone with his worries. Well, not entirely alone. The cat that almost tripped Hizashi, Burrito, named this because he was cream with brown spots, like a bean burrito, according to Hizashi. Shoyuta thought the name was dumb, but Hizashi liked it. Jumped onto Shuda's lap. He purred loudly as he demanded attention. Cats had a way of lessening anxiety, though today, the cat didn't do much for Shudas. He hoped he wouldn't be too late to save Shinsou. Hitoshi knew he was walking on eggshells. He knew that his father was going to punish him. It was inevitable. He just hoped that it wouldn't interfere with his schoolwork. He shouldn't have been so naive. He'd been sweeping glass shards off the filthy, carpeted ground best he could. He knew it would never be enough to satisfy his father, and that the old shards and bottles would just be replaced with new ones eventually. But it was less punishing if he at least tried. The smell of the floor made me nauseous, alcohol mixed with puke and body odor. A scent that had become synonymous with pain and punishment for Hitoshi. But he couldn't blame his father too much. His father got massive migraines from his quirk, the alcohol helped. Who am I to get in the way of him feeling better? I'm so selfish. The punishments are fair too, right? Everyone gets punished when they do something wrong. Mine is just a little more strict than others. He heard his father's voice behind him, making him stiffen. I've settled on a punishment. Gritting his teeth and whimpering slightly, Hitoshi turned his gaze to his father in an attempt to not look disrespectful. He knew that it was his fault his father had to give him a punishment. It had to be a big punishment this time. Think of it as payment for my allowance of you staying after school. At the end of the day, this is your fault, Hitoshi. I don't want to hurt you, but I have no choice. You were a bad kid. This is your fault. He knew that. He was an awful kid. Why would anyone love him? He needed his father. Without him he'd be alone. Right? Why did Mr. Aizawa even think about training him? He's such a failure. I thought for a while before it dawned on me. Nuchashi's face stretched into a sickening grin. The biggest punishment I could give was to hit you where it hurt most. Your schooling. Hitoshi swallowed strong, his expressionless face breaking to show fear for a second. You're so invested in your grades so you can be in that stupid little hero class. You do this even though you know your dreams are stupid and you should just give up. You'll never be anything more than a villain. This punishment will ensure you'll keep to your place. It's for the best. I'm just trying to keep you safe. Hitoshi flinched at the words. Though he had heard them all throughout his life, they were nothing new. But you don't need to hear all that, you already know it after all. Anyway, I'm going on a business trip. Impeccable timing. Leaving at 9 hours tomorrow, and coming back next Sunday at 18 hours. So, of course, you'll be unable to earn your morning bus money. Hitoshi lived around 2 hours away from UA. He took the public bus to school. It took money that he normally didn't have. So, he'd made a deal that he'd do chores in the morning for the money needed to ride to school. But if his father wasn't there to allow him to earn his morning bus money, but that's a week. Hitoshi's voice was small and powerless. That'll affect my grades. His voice petered out as Nukashi's smile widened. It finally dawned on Hitoshi what his father's goals were. To destroy Hitoshi's dreams, the chances of him getting into the hero course. This would make it impossible for him to become a hero. It would make all of what Mr. Aizawa did for him meaningless. It'd make him useless. But his father was right. He needed him. His father knew best, right? Before heading off to the fridge, probably to get another alcoholic drink, his father ended his word spiel. Now, remember, Hitoshi. If it weren't for me, you'd be in the foster care program. I'm taking care of you. You'd better be grateful for all I do. No one else would ever care about you. Hitoshi lowered his head, staring at the floor. Thank you. And with that his father left him alone in exchange for the television. Hitoshi, now left to his own thoughts, got more and more anxious. Of course he was anxious about his class grades, but he was mostly anxious over how Mr. Aizawa would react. Oh God, is he gonna stop training me? Maybe he'll finally snap and punish me. Hell knows he's put up with me a lot. I don't know why it hasn't happened yet. But it's sure to happen now. He lets me ask questions and so does Mr. Yamada, but maybe that's just so that they can have dirt against me? Mr. Aizawa's always up for a logical ruse, as he calls them. Hitoshi felt an immediate surge of guilt at the thoughts and accusations running through his head. He and Mr. Yamada have only ever been polite and nice to me. It's unfair for me to think this. They clearly don't think I'm dangerous. They let me around Eri. They really love Eri. They'd never purposely put her in harm's way. They care about her. Suddenly his thoughts changed to thinking about Mr. Aizawa and Yamada's family as a whole. They all seemed so at ease with each other. Though they were very much the opposites, his two teachers had a very healthy and loving relationship. It was quite unlike the relationship his mother and father had. He could still hear his mother's screams echoing in his mind on the worst days. He could still see her BLD stains on parts of the carpet. Though it had been 7 years since Shichu, the sections of the carpet still held a crimson hue that didn't belong to himself. Both of the men really loved their daughter. They never seemed to be annoyed at her shyness, and never forced her to speak or stop speaking. When she didn't know something, she wasn't belittled. When she flinched, she wasn't ignored. She was recovering, and they were helping her every step of the way. They cared. When she did something wrong, she got an explanation of why it was wrong in a soft, understanding voice. When she broke something, she wasn't yelled at. It was a very different relationship than Hitoshi and his father. They were such a happy family. Hitoshi longed for something like that. To have people who he knew would always try their best to understand him. Who'd care and love him unconditionally. He didn't know why the couple were so adamant about him being a part of their dinners, even. He didn't feel worthy. He was a troubled boy with a bad record. You'd think they'd stay far away from him. And yet they went out of their ways to make sure that Hitoshi was okay. Sometimes he even felt that he was a part of their family during the times he has with them. But I'm not. And I won't ever be. No matter how much I wish, I know this won't come true. It's illogical to think otherwise. Plus, my father needs me. I might not be a good kid, but I'm all he's got. At some point in his rambling mind, Hitoshi had wandered back to his room. He was standing at the base of his window, looking out at the stars. If there was an afterlife, Hitoshi hoped it was in the galaxy. It's what she deserved after all, to be in a place as appealing as she had been. Hitoshi's mother had always loved the sky. She had looked like one too. Her hair had been a misty gray, like altostratus clouds. As she'd gotten more and more stressed, her hair had thinned and turned darker until they were more storm clouds than anything. She'd always sung with a soft voice like a warm breeze. Her eyes had been sky blue with a tinge of purple in them, just subtle enough that you wouldn't notice unless you were really looking at them. She had been as appealing as a sunset, more actual. She hadn't deserved the life she was handed. She shouldn't have died. Hitoshi knew it was his fault. She put herself in danger to save him after all. She should have lived a happy life with a good child. Hitoshi laid on his bed, looking at the cracks in his ceiling. He knew he needed to notify his teachers that he would be gone from school for a week, specifically Mr. Aizawa, but he couldn't bring himself to. He was too exhausted, so tired of the life he lived in. So tired of being a failure. He'd put off letting them down till tomorrow, then he supposed. His eyes slid shut. Although he wasn't about to actually fall asleep anytime soon, his mind slipped into darkness, effectively turning off his thoughts and disconnecting his emotions. Shinsou seemed a little off during their training session. Shoyuta couldn't place it. He was acting normally for the most part, but it seemed like there was something on the tip of his tongue that he just couldn't quite get out. At least he wasn't panicking. Shoyuta pinned Shinsou down after dodging one of his kicks. He was careful not to put any weight on his students as Shinsou looked downcast. Sorry, I should have aimed better. Don't write yourself off. You're making progress, don't try to rush that. Yeah, but... Shinsou was rudely interrupted by his stomach. His face turned bright red. Shoyuta gave an amused huff, his equivalent of a laugh. I guess we should start heading off to dinner. Hizashi's probably already waiting for us. Shinsou nodded and grabbed his bag. He almost tripped on the way there, stumbling to catch himself. I swear this kid is so uptight. I guess I can't blame him, though. I was the same his age. The car ride there was silent, but not awkward. Shoyuta could tell that Shinsou still wanted to say something. He didn't want to push it though, he wanted Shinsou to say it voluntarily. The kid needed some practice with speaking. Entering their normal restaurant, Shoyuta found Hizashi and Eri quickly. This Friday, Eri wasn't at a play date. Both Midoriya and Togata had been busy with their studies. They had promised to make it up to her by having an extra long play date the next day. As Shoyuta made his way to his family, Shinsou trailed along behind him. That's weird. I wonder if he's doing that on purpose? That melted from Shuta's mind as he and Shinsou slid into the two other seats at the table. Eri, though not quite smiling, was very ecstatic to see them. Dad. Hitoshi. Shuta's cheeks dusted pink at the title. He quickly parted his hair to the far right, hiding his slightly flushed cheeks with it. Hizashi still saw it, though, sending a sheet-eating grin to Shoyuta. Shoyuta glared back. Shinsou smiled softly back at Eri. Hi, Eri. The four fell into a comfortable discussion. Shinsou laughed at one of Hisashi's stories from his endless archive of memories. Shoyuta could have sworn that he had a photographic memory or something. Hisashi vehemently denied that, just saying that Shoyuta had a CRP1, yo. Anyway, the sight of Shinsou being so at ease put a rare, small smile on Shuta's face. It was like he was part of their family. Shoyuta was okay with that. It was funny, really. He was known for being aloof and cold. He wasn't known for being the type of person to want to adopt a kid. Sure, he had Eri. And he loved her with all of his heart. But people, including himself, could just use the excuse that he had the perfect quirk to keep her safe. He's sure everyone would be surprised at the fact that he'd take Shinsou into his family in a heartbeat. Except for Hisashi and Shizenji. They'd just go on about how they knew I was secretly a huge softie, or something vexatious like that. The JRKS? The waitress that was serving them came to their table. "Can I get any of you drinks? Chocolate milk, please," Eri declared in a loud voice. She was trying her best to be more open to speaking with people. She'd definitely taken some points from Hisashi. Shoyuta didn't know how to feel about that. The waitress smiled, as many people do with small children. Both Hisashi and Shoyuta then ordered their drinks. The waitress looked over to Shinsou. "And your son?" Shoyuta and Hisashi shared a look. She had called Shinsou their son. Shoyuta shrugged. "Well, he does look the part. It makes sense people would assume so." He didn't feel any sense of glowing or happiness in the slightest, and anything that says he did is false news. Looking over at Shinsou revealed that he was even more shocked than the former two. He tripped on his words, face bright red. I'll have a lemonade, please." The waitress nodded, then left the table. Shinsou was still an impressive shade of red. Eri was none the wiser, scribbling on a piece of paper with some crayons she'd been given. Shinsou looked down at the table. I'm sorry." Hisashi looked at Shinsou, quizzically. "About what, little listener?" "I'm not your son." "So did she make you uncomfortable assuming that?" "No, I'm fine with it." After a few seconds to make sure he wasn't interrupting, Shoyuta spoke up. "I don't mind it. You do seem the part." Shinsou stared at him in shock. Hisashi gave another sheet-eating grin to Shoyuta. He didn't know why, all he said was the truth. At this point, the waitress came back with their drinks. Hisashi, Shoyuta, and Shinsou continued talking, Shinsou stuttering a lot more than usual. Eri absent-mindedly chimed in sometimes, but she could not be distracted from the masterpiece of crayons she was currently creating. A while later, the four of them, having finished their dinner, were preparing to leave. Shinsou was slightly stiff and still seemed like he wanted to say something. This was getting ridiculous. Shoyuta wanted him to be more open with talking, but knowing that they were about to leave, he decided to be blunt. "Shinsou." Shinsou carefully looked up at Shoyuta. Yes? It's clear you have something to say. You should probably say it soon, we're about to leave." Shoyuta heard Hisashi sigh in a combination of exasperation and amusement. Shinsou stood there, tensed, for a few seconds before starting to speak. "Well, my father is taking a business trip. It might help his salary." "That's great," Hisashi exclaimed in a chipper voice. Shoyuta wishes he could share the same sentiment. Something was off. He couldn't put his finger on it. Shinsou continued talking. "Yeah. Well, I live 2 hours away from UA, and I usually take the bus dash." "You must leave very early to catch it in time," Shoyuta interrupted. "The only bus that leaves with enough time to make it to school on time is at 5, and even then you're cutting it close. It's no big deal. Anyway, I need money to ride the bus. And the business trip is going to have a huge impact on our budget. So I won't be able to make it to school for the week he's gone." Well, that's clearly a lie. Or at least, not the full truth. If he's been able to afford the bus all year on his father's salary, this surely wouldn't make that much of a difference. Why would he lie about this, though? "I know he values his grades." "Nonsense. We can pay for the week your father's out on." Shinsou looked up from the tile he had found very interesting at Hisashi's words. "You don't have to do that." "Of course we do, my dear listener." Hisashi did finger guns. "But I don't like how you'll be alone for an entire week." Shinsou looked down again. He looked ashamed, as if he expected punishment. for something he couldn't control. Hizashi looked at Shoyuta, asking a silent question. Students oftentimes lived alone, like Uraraka. But the difference between Uraraka and the boy in front of him is that he knows Uraraka has enough money and food. He's not confident about Shinsou. Plus, Uraraka lives close enough to walk to school. In addition to that, Shinsou was lying, and had to have a good reason to. The boy wouldn't just lie for the sake of getting out of school. That wasn't the type of person he was. Shoyuta couldn't help but have a pit in his stomach. Shoyuta nodded back to Hizashi, answering his question, who turned back to Shinsou. Right, it's settled then, yo? Shinsou tilted his head, asking a silent question. They'd have to work on making him believe that it was okay to ask them. You'll stay with us? Eri perked up at this. Hitoshi's going to live with us? For a week? Yeah. Eri lit up, looking over to Shinsou. It was a rare thing for her to smile. She'd gained quite the friendship with the teen. Yay. Hitoshi. The poor kid in question just looked so confused. It was almost funny, or from Hizashi's point of view, it was absolutely hilarious. He let out a laugh as Shinsou awkwardly returned Eri's smile. He looked between Shoyuta and Hizashi. You're sure? Shoyuta nodded. We're sure. I can't possibly take this. Shoyuta frowned. Shinsou looked nervous. That solidified his worries, but maybe he was being too rash in terms of his judgment. Maybe his mind was clouded over the liking that he had for this student. It very well could be that Shinsou just didn't want to intrude or something like that. It's really no big deal for us, kid. Why yeah, but... Eri was already rambling on about what she and Shinsou would do together, though. So Shinsou was stuck. He looked back up to Shoyuta and Hizashi. Thank you so much? Are those tears? Why would he be crying about this? Shoyuta hoped that this meant that things would be looking up for Shinsou. He hoped he could find a way to save him before it was too late. Shinsou was an anomaly. Hizashi was confused by him. His first impression of the kid had been one of confidence. With Shinsou strutting on the battlefield stage and almost taking out Midoriya in very little time with sly comments and a demeanor driven by purpose and dedication. But this was the same kid who shook with dread and the anticipation of being punished just for asking a question. The same kid who averted his eyes in fear for taking an offer that was pushed toward him. That seemed so surprised when someone showed him affection. Hizashi was sure that there was some sort of abuse happening, but he couldn't prove it. His student never came to class with bruises or cuts, and according to Shoyuta, he's never shown much signs of excess stiffness or anything unusual such as that during their training. It was so frustrating. Hizashi knew that this kid was suffering and he couldn't do anything. He was powerless. Hizashi, I can see what you're thinking and it's not true. Hizashi turned his head toward the voice, Shoyuta, who had just come back into the living room from putting Eri to sleep. But it is Shoyuta. He's clearly in danger and we can't do anything. We have no proof. At this moment we don't. You're right. But you're wrong about us being powerless. He's going to be staying here for a week. We can do something. We can get proof, evidence of his situation. We just need to be patient. I know it's strong for you and it is for me too. But acting prematurely isn't logical and will lead to more harm than good. You're right. I know you're right. But did you see his reaction when we told him he could ask questions? Questions. He was ecstatic that someone was allowing him to ask questions. It reminds me of... Hizashi's voice faltered and he stared at the floor. Shoyuta nodded to that. It reminds you of your foster families, doesn't it? Hizashi gave a small nod. Because of the nature of his quirk, his parents decided to give him up as a baby. He was quickly labeled a troublesome kid in the foster care system. Families didn't want to end up deaf, so he wasn't allowed to speak in many homes. Oftentimes muzzles were strapped to his face when he wasn't able to behave. He'd been adopted by the time he'd been accepted into UA, but the trauma still lasted. He brought his hand up to run across his nose. Hidden by his makeup was a scar there caused by too many too tight muzzles strapped to his face for too long. He'd always hid the scar, which made it harder for people to learn about his abusive situations. It was a hidden scar that had obscured the villainous homes he had to live in for too long. I hope Shinsou doesn't have any scars like this. He was going to save Shinsou no matter what it took. Starting with the time he'd spend at their house. He wasn't going to let someone stay in a similar circumstance to him. I want him to live with us and be part of our family, but dash. Hey, Shoyuta, does Shinsou ever talk about any family during your training sessions? No, why? Well, if we're taking him out of his home, then he'll need somewhere else. We have the room to take him in, and I'd totally be willing, but we need to consider any living family. Shoyuta hums. Well, I believe his mother either doesn't live with him or is dead. I haven't heard him talk about any other family apart from his dad. Shoyuta pauses before speaking again. I'd be willing to take him in too. And I know Eri would be elated. Hizashi looked over to Eri's room. She'd come so far from when she'd first arrived at their house, and he was so proud of her. The first time she'd called Hizashi dad, he'd broken down crying. He had to assure her for 5 minutes that they were happy tears. She still had a long way to go, but she was making a lot of progress. Yes, she would. Plus, it would be a great thing for her to have someone else living with her. She adores him, so he'd definitely be a good choice. Plus, it might be good for him, too, depending on how bad his home is. That's probably the most logical thing I've ever heard come out of your mouth, Shoyuta teased. Hizashi could tell he was trying to lighten up the atmosphere, so he allowed himself to be lifted up a bit. He feigned an offended expression. You can't be serious. I'm plenty smart and logical. You thought it'd be a good idea to eat on the UA rooftops when we were in high school. Yo, that wasn't just me. It was Oboro's idea. And I don't seem to remember any backlash from our resident, logical one. In any case, the wind was sometimes so strong during the winter that our food would blow away. You have to remember that, don't you? Of course. I will forever mourn that fried chicken. Shoyuta sighed, but smiled nonetheless. Hizashi continued with the prior topic. Anyway, we have a game plan now. We make our place safe, Shinsou opens up, we get him out of his home, and then figure out the custody issue. And then bam. Safe kid? Yes. That seems like a logical course of action. I hope he can hang in there long enough for us to help. Me too. Shinsou was an anomaly, but Hizashi will be demed if he doesn't solve his case and keep him safe. Hitoshi pinched himself for the 100th time that evening. Yep, he was still awake. That had all actually happened. He knew this but still couldn't quite believe it. Mr. Izawa and Yamada are actually going to let me into their home for a week. What does that mean though? They could be doing what my father does. They could be putting up a facade. Acting sweetly in public but privately being awful. Hitoshi slapped himself. That's unfair. Think. The HPSC wouldn't let them take care of Eri if that was the case. Though, I'm pretty sure the HPSC is sheet, so who knows? Maybe they only looked at the surface. But why would they be so nice to me then? Hitoshi's thoughts annoyingly replied, they might have an ulterior motive. I don't know what, but people can be cunning and cruel. Why would Eri act so at ease around them? I've never seen her flinch or cower or look frightened of them at all. He continued his inner warfare. Eri's never been in a normal home. She's been abused all her life as far as I know. I think her past guardians used her for experiments. Hitoshi shuddered. She might not know what a real home is like. She might just be happy because they're better than her last guardians. I guess I'll have to see. When father hurts me it's different. His quirk causes him pain. Alcohol is the only way he can deal with it. He has an excuse of taking it out on me. I can't get help. More than just them not believing me, it's my fault father's like this. It was my quirk that made him have to put a moon muzzle on me. It's my fault. It's my fault mom's dead. No matter what I want to say and how much I want to leave his house, I know it's my fault. Oh God, I hope neither of my teachers have drinking problems. Why are they being so persistent in my life if not to have a second purpose? Why would someone just be nice, especially to me? Hitoshi's phone buzzed with an incoming text message. The harsh, blue light filled his small, dark room. He absent-mindedly turned his head in the direction of the phone. The phone screen donned a message from Mr. Yamada. That's a big coincidence. He reached for his phone, unlocking it to look at the content of the notification. Hey, little listener. Just texting to make sure you got back home safe. If anything's wrong, just let me know. Good night. Hitoshi sent a text verifying that he got home safe. Then, before he'd been able to stop himself, he'd sent another text message. Why do you and Mr. Aizawa care about me so much? He tensed up. Oh, CRP, he didn't mean to send that. What if Mr. Yamada was angry now? The text back was almost immediate. What do you mean? Hitoshi sighed in relief. A chance to backtrack. Nothing, never mind. Good night. His teacher didn't reply back immediately, though. Hitoshi stared at the 3 typing bubbles for what seemed like forever, bating his breath, though it was only a minute at tops. What if he was angry that Hitoshi had backtracked? He didn't want to upset Mr. Yamada. He was a good person, despite the path his brain had spiraled down earlier. Finally, the text went through. Alright, just know that you do mean a lot to both of us. It's admirable how much effort you put into your training, and we both can see that you'll be an amazing hero. Eri absolutely adores you. Plus, you're good company. Smiley face. Hitoshi just stared at his screen, not fully believing the words. Both of his teachers thought he'd be a good hero? They believed in him? Eri liked him? He thought she was just acting nice. Hitoshi couldn't help but feel guilty. He probably had judged them too harshly. He had to remember that he didn't know what a normal home looked like either. Shinsou smiled at his phone. He knew that he wasn't their real family, and they probably would never even want to be his family, but it was nice to know that they cared about him. He knew it wasn't healthy to dream too big, but maybe he'd finally be a part of a loving family. If only for a week. It was 9. Shoyuta was waiting in the car outside Shinsou's house. Saying the place was run down would be an understatement. Shoyuta wondered if the place was even legally livable. The entire house looked like it had been chewed on like a shoe by some dog. A very huge dog. The once vibrant paint was chipped to the point of non-existence, and the lawn was dry and brown. The entire place looked like it had been moved out of years ago, and if Shoyuta didn't know better, he'd assume that was the case. But the door to the house still opened. It was a wonder that it didn't break off of its hinges. It opened crookedly, making it impossible to open the complete way. Squeezing past the door was Shinsou, looking as exhausted as ever. Shoyuta had to wonder if he ever even slept. He could see the lack of it from here. Shinsou started walking toward his car. Even from this far away, Shoyuta could tell he was nervous. He was holding a bag that didn't really look like it would fit a week's worth of things in it. That didn't matter, they could always go out and buy something if he needed it. Shoyuta wasn't sure if he'd actually tell them if he needed something, but that wasn't a problem for present Shoyuta. Shinsou opened the car door and slid inside. Shoyuta turned around to offer him a greeting. Didn't know you'd have a bright yellow car, Mr. Aizawa. It's not mine, it's Hizashi's. He's currently asleep because of his all-night radio session yesterday. Shinsou nodded. Thank you so much for this. I know that I'm burdening you and that I'm a nuisance, but what are you talking about? You aren't a nuisance. No, and it's illogical to think so. Shinsou, I wouldn't have decided to train you if I thought you'd be a nuisance or a burden. Oh, thank you. Are you told that you're a nuisance or a burden often? Shinsou didn't answer. Well, that wasn't a good sign. Shoyuta could feel that there was proof of a bad home situation right at the surface, but that was still much too far. If Shoyuta pushed too early, then Shinsou might clam up more, and then their time together wouldn't lead Shinsou to open up, and Hizashi and him wouldn't have enough evidence to get Shinsou out of his father's custody, or at least the house. You don't need to call me Mr. Aizawa, by the way. You'll be staying with us for the week. It would be unnecessary. Oh, okay, Aizawa. The rest of the ride was spent in a comfortable silence. Shoyuta had turned on the radio and the soft sounds of music filled the car. Shinsou lived quite far from Shoyuta and Hizashi. He lived about 2 hours away, so it was a long car drive. His time was spent looking out of the window. Shoyuta would be lying if he said he wasn't worried about how this week would go. Shinsou was a sensitive case, a sensitive student. He was clearly prone to panic attacks, and the last thing Shoyuta wanted to do was trigger one. For some reason, the kid didn't even speak of his home life. He didn't try to tell Shoyuta any bad things about it. That could mean a few different things. Maybe he doesn't want to burden us? He could also not realize he's in an abusive home if he is. Oh, what am I saying? That kid's definitely not in a good home situation. Damn it, I wish I could just take him away from there without strong evidence. What if Shinsou's being threatened by his father to stay silent? Or, even worse, what if he justifies his father's actions? Maybe by blaming himself. That would be a strong mindset to reverse. I hope that's not the case. Eventually, Shoyuta pulled the car up onto his driveway. He and Shinsou got out of it and walked up the driveway to the house. Shinsou trailed behind Shoyuta, just like he did at the restaurant. He was definitely doing it on purpose at this point. Shoyuta made it to the door and looked back at Shinsou, who was clearly trying to hold back shaking. Shoyuta opened up the door, Shinsou hesitantly in tow. The both of them were then hit with the smell of food cooking. A common smell for Shoyuta, but it seemed to surprise Shinsou. He made a surprised face, then his eyebrows knitted, making a confused one. Shoyuta wondered if people cooked at his house at all. Shinsou seemed to be basking in the smell, a soft smile warmly on his face. Hizashi popped his head out of the kitchen as they walked in and lit up. "Hey, little listener. Welcome to our home." Shinsou bowed. "Thank you for allowing me stay here, Mr. Yamada." Shoyuta snorted at the formality of his student. Hizashi smiled a little awkwardly. It's not a problem. Also, you can just call me Yamada or Hizashi, yo." "Oh, okay." "Hey, have you had breakfast yet?" "It's no problem, I don't need it." Hizashi frowned. "Yes, you do. I'm making breakfast right now, I'm almost done. It's really not a problem and I'd rather you be fed." Shinsou looked up in what Shoyuta could only describe as shock. "Thank you." Shoyuta frowned at the reaction. Hizashi did too. "Really, kiddo, it's not a problem." "Hitoshi." Shinsou spun around to see Eri. She looked absolutely delighted to see him. She'd been asking Shoyuta when he'd be coming over all morning. She hugged Shinsou. "We're going to have a fun week." Shinsou softly smiled. If Shoyuta didn't know any better, he'd think that Shinsou was about to cry. "I can't wait." Shoyuta looked over to Hizashi, who was in the process of putting 4 plates of food on the table. Shoyuta had told him he didn't need food, but Hizashi had just ignored him, saying that he couldn't live off of jelly pouches and protein shakes. Lies and slander. They filled up Shuta's stomach well enough, and they had a good amount of vitamins and stuff. After placing the food, Hizashi looked over to Shinsou and Eri, grinning like an idiot. Shoyuta slid into one of the dining room chairs as Shinsou and Eri walked over to their respective chairs. "Thank you for the food." They all started to eat. Though Shoyuta could definitely live off of protein shakes and jelly pouches, Hizashi, he could definitely admit that this tasted a lot better. "Love you, Hizashi." Shinsou started staring at something. Shoyuta followed his gaze. Sitting there was a calico cat. "Oh shit, is Shinsou afraid of cats? That would be unfortunate, seeing that we have 3. Is that a cat?" He said it as more of a statement than a question. Eri responded, "Then? That one's name is Rocky Road. Dad says that that's a type of ice cream in English. He says that her spots are like the chunks in the ice cream." Shinsou smiled like a little kid. So, Shoyuta was wrong. Apparently he absolutely loves cats. "We have 2 other ones. Burrito and jelly." "Jelly?" Hizashi responded with, "Jelly's why Shoyuta can't name cats." Shoyuta glared at him. "You named a cat Burrito? I always wanted a cat. My father never let me get one. My mom used to talk about my uncle, though, and apparently he had a cat. She said his cat was the name of his favorite food, but I can't remember what that food was. I wonder where that cat is now." Eri stared at him, face scrunched up in confusion. "You've never had a cat? And you're in high school but you've never had a cat? A tragedy." Hizashi laughed. "Eri, you can be in high school without ever having a cat." Eri whipped around to stare at him. "You can?" "Midoriya doesn't have a cat," Shoyuta deadpanned. "Deku doesn't have a cat. How does he live?" Shoyuta shrugged. Hizashi laughed harder and even Shinsou started laughing. Shoyuta didn't laugh, no matter what Hizashi tried to say. But he couldn't say that the sight of Shinsou being a part of his family didn't make him feel happy. He wanted him to be safe. And he would do anything in his power to do that. He just needed strong evidence for the police. Hitoshi woke up with the warm sun streaming through a window onto his face. The room he was in, however, wasn't his room. It was an unfamiliar room. He tensed up, grasping to the sheets. before his mind caught up. Right? I'm at my teacher's house. He sat up and swung his legs over the side of the bed. That led the blankets to fall off him, exposing him to the cold of the room. He shivered a bit, not yet used to the change of temperature. He got off of the bed, feet landing on soft carpet. Birds chirped outside, adding to the ambience of the room. This entire house was a little jarring to Hitoshi. This bedroom alone seemed more safe and welcoming than his entire house did. There were no cracks in the wall, no dripping water from the bathroom upstairs. No yelling, no scolding. Just calm, peace, maybe even security. Hitoshi felt both out of place and more relaxed than he'd been in his entire life. The clock that sat on the bedside table read 9:37, I should probably get dressed. A dark part of Hitoshi's mind wondered if his teachers would be mad that he was sleeping for that long. His father always scolded him for sleeping too much. In reality, Hitoshi didn't actually sleep much at all, mostly just staring at the ceiling. His body seemed to be in a constant fight or flight mode. He wondered why, but even if he knew the reason, it's not likely that it would be something he could change. Hitoshi got changed, pulling a soft, yellow sweater over his head. The sweater was the only one he owned, which was okay with him. It was soft and yellow, his favorite color after all. Hitoshi stood in front of the door. Logically, he knew that he was allowed to leave, but it was weird. Usually, he wasn't permitted to leave his room until his father had given the go-ahead. He knew his father was doing that to protect him and keep him safe, at least, that's what he believed, but it had the side effect of making him nervous to even open a door. When he built up the courage, Hitoshi opened the door, slowly, using a technique he'd learned over the years to do it quietly. He walked across the hallway floor to the kitchen, rolling his heels to prevent unnecessary noise. He peeked his head around the corner and peered into the kitchen. Sitting at the kitchen table was Yamada, eating a bowl of cereal. He had his headphones half on, one muff on and the other off, listening to something on his phone. He looks busy, probably wouldn't appreciate me asking him if I can have food. I'm probably not allowed any anyway, it's not like I've done chores yet or anything. His stomach didn't seem to like that answer, however. It made its distaste known with a loud growl. Yamada looked up from his food, noticing Hitoshi. He tensed up. Oh no, that was annoying, wasn't it? He's not going to like that. Hitoshi expected a snide comment or to be ignored, but neither of those happened. What did happen deviated greatly from Hitoshi's expectations. Yamada smiled at him. Morning, Shinsou. The cereal's already on the counter, bowls are above it, milk's in the fridge, and the silverware drawer is the first one on the right. Unless you want something else? Hitoshi stared for a second, mouth slightly open. He's just letting me have food? I know I'm a guest and that they feed me dinner, but, well, I didn't expect this. Yamada tilted his head. You okay, little listener? Yeah. It's just the morning and stuff. He nodded, smiling. Yeah, I get it. After Hitoshi deemed that he wouldn't get yelled at, he walked across the floor to prepare a bowl of cereal. After pouring cereal into the bowl, he grabbed the milk from the fridge. His hands were shaking as he poured the milk, which ended up with some of it splashing onto the counter. He winced, sking in a breath rather loudly. This alerted his teacher, who looked up. Yamada reached to the middle of the table, where a roll of paper towels resided. Ripping off a square, he stood up and walked over to Hitoshi. Hitoshi tensed up. Oh God, is he going to be mad at me? I'm being an inconvenience. Is he going to hate me? Punish me? What would Yamada's punishments be like? Probably not like normal punishments. He's not a normal person. His thoughts stopped at a confused halt when all his teacher did was mop up the milk with the paper towel. He smiled at Hitoshi. Mornings really do throw you off, eh? Sorry. Yamada shot finger guns at him. No problemo. Hitoshi's stomach growled again, making him blush. Yamada laughed. Well, clearly your body's telling you to eat. Thank you for the food. Once again, it's seriously no problem. It's just cereal. Hitoshi sat down at the table and ate his food as Yamada went back to watching the thing on his phone. It was a comfortable silence. One that existed without making Hitoshi on edge. If this was what a normal home was like, then he'd be lying if he said he didn't want it. After finishing eating food, Hitoshi grabbed the dirty bowl, carrying it to the sink. Yamada turned toward him. Hey, Shinsou, I'll clean the bowls. I can do it. No, really you're my guest. This is my house. You don't need to do the dishes. Is this a trick? Yamada doesn't seem like the type. That seems like more of an Aizawa thing. But this is really weird. I'm the one being a burden, I should do the chores. Hitoshi remembered what Aizawa had told him. He said he didn't see him as a burden. But how could I not be? He probably just told me that to make me feel better. Yamada took the bowl out of Shinsou's hands, giving him a concerned look. Why did he look concerned? It's not like Shinsou mattered. He found himself wishing that he did matter at least a little, but there was no use wishing for something he'd never have. He didn't know why Aizawa and Yamada had wanted him to come into their home, but why would they care about him? Even if they said that they did. At least, why would they care about him the way he cares about them? He finds himself wondering what it would be like if he truly was part of their family. He pushes these thoughts away. There was no use in wishing for something that would never come true. He could savor this week though. However, he didn't want to get too used to something so temporary. But, DMN if it wasn't nice. Shoyuta knocked on Shinsou's door to wake him up. The response was almost immediate, I'll be right out. Given how quick the response was, Shoyuta wondered if he'd already been up. It's 6, if that's the case then he woke up very early. He did say that he caught the 5 o'clock bus, so maybe it's an internal clock. Shinsou opened the door and slightly bowed his head. His hair wasn't up, opting to fall down to his shoulders. So the up's hairdo isn't natural. An interesting fashion sense. Good morning, Aizawa. Morning. We're going to be leaving for school in about 45 minutes. Shinsou nodded and headed to the bathroom, his head down so Shoyuta couldn't see his face. Why is he doing that? No logical answer crossed Shuta's mind, however. He looked up to Hisashi, who was at the other side of the room, putting on his Elcher jacket. He shrugged back at Shoyuta. Dad, can you help me get ready? Eri was struggling with a button on the shirt she wore under her dress. Hisashi kneeled in front of Eri to button her shirt, then helped her put on her red dress. She gave an almost smile to Hisashi in thanks. He returned it with a beam brighter than the sun. Shoyuta smiled too. It was amazing to him that he had landed himself with such an amazing family. He turned around to see Shinsou heading back to them, his hair now styled up. Shoyuta felt lucky to have him in his and his family's lives too. He wondered if Shinsou was happy that they were in his like too. He didn't dwell on it, though. Hisashi smiled at Shinsou. I guess the gravity-defying hair isn't natural after all. It's weird that it was already styled yesterday morning. When you had your hair down you looked like a purple version of Shoyuta when he was in high school. Shinsou blushed. Oh, I didn't know that I did. And it was styled yesterday morning because I slept in the hairspray, which isn't a good thing to do. Hisashi and Shoyuta both frowned. He was still avoiding asking questions. Hisashi spoke in a softer voice. Kiddo, you can still ask questions, you know? Oh sorry. You don't need to apologize. Sorry. Sorry. Hisashi chuckled. It's fine. Eri piped up. Hey dads? I think it's time for us to leave. The big clock hand is pointed to 9 and the small one is pointed to 6 I think. Shoyuta looked at his watch, which did, indeed, read 6:45. Yeah, you're right. Good job, Eri. Eri gave a half smile at the praise. Hitoshi got out of the car. It was still so surreal. Neither of the men had even suggested that he earn his right to go to school. That's odd, right? Most families do that, right? Maybe it was because he was their guest that they didn't. Hey, Shinsou. He looked up at Yamada. You can head to class. Shoyuta and I are going to bring Eri to the teacher's lounge. I'll pick you and Shoyuta up after your training, okay? Hitoshi nodded. He wondered why Yamada told him that, though. I'm making him waste his voice. That's so simple, I should be able to figure that stuff out on my own. Eri hugged Hitoshi. It happened often with her, but it never ceased to surprise him that she felt so safe. Even more so that her parents felt safe enough to let him around her. Bye, Toshi. He turned bright red at the nickname and he could have sworn he heard Yamada coo at them. Bye, Eri. See you later. Aizawa waved at him and headed toward the school building. Yamada followed with Eri. Have a nice day at school, Shinsou. He made an affirmative noise. He was sure that if he actually tried to respond verbally, he'd choke up. That phrase was one that he hadn't heard in a very long time, since his mother had died actually. People didn't really wish him a good day anymore, let alone in such a parental way. Wishing him a good day at school. Just like a parent would. I can't do this. Can't feel this way. Seeing either those two as parental figures will only lead to sadness when they inevitably leave. It was already too late for that, but Hitoshi tried to follow it regardless. He waited for a bit until his teachers and their daughter were far in front of him to start walking to class. The school day had been quite normal, the same old. That was, until lunch. Walking to the library, where he spent his lunch breaks as he never had food, Hitoshi was interrupted by a hand on his shoulder. He flinched strong. Is it a teacher? Am I in trouble? I hope I'm not. If I am, then I hope I'm not in trouble with Aizawa or Yamada. They'd probably kick me out, maybe not even drive me back to my father's home. Hitoshi turned around to see not a teacher, thankfully, but a student. The kid looked rather confused and a bit concerned at his flinching. He wondered why. He didn't even know the teen on a personal level. He, of course, knew who the student was. Anyone who hadn't, especially any first years, were living under rocks. The boy had half white, half red hair, perfectly split, a scar on the red side. He looked like Prince Zuko and a candy cane had a baby. Shudo Todoroki, Hitoshi's mind supplied. He'd gotten second in the sports festival. Mad powerful, but Hitoshi was 90% sure he wasn't doing well mentally. There was just something about his facial expressions and other body language that gave that away. Very sheltered to... Not surprising, seeing as his father was the #1 hero now and, frankly, but he probably had way too high of expectations for this poor kid. Hitoshi put on a slightly annoyed face and tipped his head, asking a silent question. He probably wanted something from Hitoshi. He just hoped the other student wouldn't be mean to him. Todoroki looked at him weird upon his lack of a verbal question, but responded nonetheless, I'm just going to say it. You're Mr. Aizawa's secret love child, aren't you? Hitoshi spluttered and just stared at him, completely forgetting his assumed ban on questions. What? It makes sense. You look like him. Plus, I saw you with him, Mr. Yamada, and Eri. Eri's his ward and Mr. Yamada's his best friend. Hitoshi snorted at best friend. Todoroki tilted his head, but pushed on, undeterred. He trains you. You two have similar personalities. And your quirk could be a mutation of his? Hitoshi looked at him quizzically. How the hell did he come up with this? How many hoops did he have to jump through? You both erase or halt things. He halts quirks, you halt free will. Hitoshi winced at that. Todoroki didn't notice. So, are you Mr. Aizawa's secret love child? No. Todoroki didn't look convinced. Hitoshi looked to the side as he heard footsteps. He noticed Todoroki subtly moving to hide behind Hitoshi. Yeah, this kid really wasn't doing okay. Upon seeing the human cockatoo that was walking toward them from down the hall, Hitoshi sighed. Great. Literally the worst timing in the world. At least it wasn't Aizawa, though. Yamada's face lit up when he saw Shinsou. Hey, there you are, kiddo. I realized I never gave you your lunch. Wait, he's just going to give me lunch. Well, Yamada shoved the lunchbox into Hitoshi's hands and noticed Todoroki, who was eyeing the pair with extreme interest. Oh, hey, Todoroki. I didn't know the two of you were friends. Have a nice lunch, you too. Thank you. Yamada shot his famous finger guns at Hitoshi. No problem, my dearest listener. As his teacher walked away, Hitoshi could just feel Todoroki's eyes on him. So, if you're not Mr. Aizawa's secret love child, you're Mr. Yamada's secret love child, then. That makes sense too, you both have up hairstyles and voice quirks. Hitoshi deadpanned. Hairstyles aren't hereditary, Todoroki? Well, no, but it's a lot in common. Plus, I saw Eri hug you. She only does that with people she really trusts. That means that much must have been around her for some time, which means that you have to be related to one of them. Hitoshi chuckled. I'm not Aizawa or Yamada's secret love child. What's so funny? What now? You didn't even put Mr. before their names. That's interesting for a not secret love child to do. Hitoshi sighed, smiling nonetheless. I'm going to eat lunch. Todoroki nodded. Okay, but this conversation isn't over. Todoroki walked away. Hitoshi couldn't contain himself at that point. He burst out laughing. He would have never guessed that Todoroki, son of Endeavor, the man devoid of a sense of humor, was so funny. At least, he hoped Todoroki was joking. If he was, then he was a MSTR at acting serious while saying random things. Part of Hitoshi thought that Todoroki was being serious about his assumption. But he opted to pretend like there was no way anyone could be so abrasive about a suspicion like that. If all the students in Class 1A were this hilarious, then maybe he did want to make friends with them after all. Class dismissed. As Class 1A started packing up their things, Shoyuta checked his watch. He had kept the class for a little longer than normal and didn't want to be late for Shinsou's training. He could barely believe that it was already Tuesday. He had wanted to take it slow with getting information about Shinsou's household, but this was too slow. There's not much he could do about it, though. Something told him that his student wouldn't appreciate him asking about his home life. Everyone left the classroom, leaving Shoyuta in silence. Ahem. Or not, it seems. Shoyuta turned around to see who wanted his attention. Sitting at his desk in an empty classroom was none other than Todoroki, looking at him with his usual piercing but still neutral expression. What does he want? Todoroki was one of the children Shoyuta put on his keep an eye on list. Shoyuta couldn't say what he was like at home, but Endeavor certainly didn't seem like dad material. Given Todoroki's closed-off nature and general hatred for anything that connected him to his father, Shoyuta could assume that he felt the same in that regard. Mr. Aizawa? I have something to ask. What is it? Todoroki had his arms resting on the table, fingers laced in a way that made him look like he was about to interrogate Shoyuta on a murder or something. His facial expression was very serious, eyebrows knit and lips pursed. For some reason, this kid was insanely good at making Shoyuta feel sort of uncomfortable. I know that you act very protective and fatherly over all of us. Protective and fatherly? That's not my reputation at all. Where's he pulling that out of? And you already have a daughter in Eri? Where the hell is this gonna go? But, is she an only child? Shoyuta nodded his head, sort of. I guess she's an only child. Todoroki narrowed his eyes. Is that so, I guess? What? Do you want to be her brother or something? Todoroki's eyes widened and his mouth fell open slightly. I can do that? Oh, that's not what I... Todoroki was beaming, though, and clearly wasn't listening to Shoyuta anymore. He bowed and started to walk out of the classroom. Thank you. Right as he was walking out, he turned to look at Shoyuta, father. And with that, Shoyuta was left with a dumbstruck expression on his normally emotionless face. I should correct him, but I don't think I've ever seen him smile like that. I should probably just tell Hizashi that we're parents of 3, no 2. Soon to be 3 if all goes well with Shinsou. Shoyuta entered the gym to find Shinsou already there. The kid relaxed a bit when he saw him. There you are. I was wondering where you were. Yes, sorry. One of my students held me up. It was a very interesting conversation. Shinsou smirked. I think I have an idea of which kid it was. Shoyuta raised an eyebrow. Was it Todoroki? How'd you know? Shinsou laughed. He stopped me during lunch break to have a very interesting conversation with me, too. Did he ask to be a part of your family as well? What conversation did you have with him? Well, he asked if Eri was an only child. I said sort of, then asked him if he wanted to be her brother as a joke. I don't think he got that, though. He called me father. Shinsou laughed even harder. Does that mean that he was being serious with me too? What conversation did you have with him? What? He asked if I was your secret love child. Shoyuta snorted. And when I told him no, he asked if I was Yamada's secret love child. The most confusing thing about it is that he actually made some good points. Shoyuta laughed, something he doesn't do often. I mean, it'd make sense. I'd know if you were actually related to me, and even I could probably be convinced. I wonder how Yamada will feel about you adopting Todoroki. He'll probably be ecstatic. Todoroki was, like, number 2 on his list of students to adopt. He has a list? Oh yeah. Who's the first one on his list? Shoyuta smiled. You actually? Shinsou stared at him, his mouth slightly open. Shoyuta looked at the time. Let's start on training. Today we're going to be focusing on your quirk. Shinsou hesitantly nodded and got into a fighting position. Shoyuta and Shinsou got into Hisashi's bright yellow car. Hisashi turned to look at Shinsou. Hey, kiddo. How was school? It was quite the experience. Todoroki asked me if I was yours or Aizawa's secret love child. Hisashi stared in shock for a second and then burst out with loud laughter. Shinsou continued, I wasn't the one who adopted a kid. Oh. Hisashi whipped around to the passenger side to look at Shoyuta. Shoyuta grumbled, you didn't need to expose me. UW-. Shoyuta erased his quirk, which made him effectively mute. For a second, it was Todoroki. And it was a complete accident. He took one of my jokes seriously, and so he assumed I was adopting him and called me dad. A very, very, very happy accident on your hand. He should probably know our marriage status since he's our son now. Plus, I don't blame him for the jokes. You never joke, and he probably just assumed you were being serious per the usual. You're very happy, about this. Shinsou's voice was broken up. Both Hisashi and Shoyuta looked over to him in concern. Shoyuta reached over and put a hand on Shinsou's shoulder. Are you okay, Shinsou? Shinsou nodded very slowly. I think my quirk was overused. I'll be fine. Shoyuta frowned. He felt guilty. He wanted to train Shinsou, but he didn't want to hurt him. I'm so sorry, Shinsou. You can always tell me when you reach your limit. I don't want to accidentally injure you. Sorry. It'll pass soon. Hisashi smiled a bit. Just tell us if you need something. Shinsou nodded. Shoyuta hoped he'd actually tell them. It did not, in fact, pass soon. Hitoshi was actually pretty clueless about the situation. He'd never overused his quirk before and really didn't know what doing that did. But what he wasn't clueless on was that he was in a lot of pain. Hitoshi had just woken up and immediately wanted to go back to sleep. His head pulsed with pain, making his body shudder every few seconds. He groaned, which just made it worse. He knew he had to leave the room to go to school, though. He slowly sat up, wincing. He kept going. As he attempted to stand up, however, the entire world spun. He immediately fell back onto his bed. The force of falling made his vision blurry and pain shoot throughout his body. He rapidly blinked, trying to focus himself. It didn't help. There was a knock on his door. Hey, kiddo. It's time to get up. Hitoshi tried to reply, but it just came out as another groan. He carefully tried to stand up again. He was able to, thankfully, with only a bit more than manageable dizziness and a lot of pain. He was used to pain, but that didn't make it comfortable. He stumbled to the door and opened it. The harsh light hurt Hitoshi's eyes. He tried to get used to it, but every time he opened his eyes, his head would hurt tremendously. He tried his best to hide it. It's pathetic that I'm brought down by this. Aizawa and Yamada would think I'm weak and that I can't possibly be a hero. Hey, Hitoshi. He looked over to the voice. Through the haze, he could make out a bit of a little girl. She was pretty happy, Hitoshi thinks. He responds by trying to smile. He hoped that she wouldn't continue trying to talk to him, but he wasn't in luck. Are you okay, Hitoshi? Hitoshi knew he wouldn't be able to answer. He still tried to, but nothing came out. His eyesight was getting blurrier, swimming as if it was a fish. Hitoshi's entire mind was slowly falling into static. Hitoshi! His ears felt as if they had a bad Bluetooth connection with the world. The sound in them kept cutting out. PLC come chu K. S things WG. He couldn't make out anything but the tan of the room, a small, red blob that was probably airy, and black and yellow blobs. Those weren't there before. There were words being said, fast and frantic, but Hitoshi couldn't make them out. His knees failed and he fell to the floor. He prepared himself for an onslaught of pain, but it never came. The last thing he registered was being caught before his hold on consciousness slipped completely and his vision faded to black. Hisashi knocked on Shinsou's door. Hey, kiddo. It's time to get up, he chirps. On the other side of the door, he heard a groan. He chuckled. He's so much like Shoyuta. Maybe Todoroki's right. That groan sounded kind of painful, though. He leaves, heading to the kitchen to start on breakfast. His boyfriend is sitting at the kitchen table grading papers. It was a normal morning routine for him. Shoyuta smacks his palm onto his forehead, groaning, "These kids are idiots." Hizashi laughed, "They're your idiots, though." Shoyuta glared at him, but didn't rebuttal the statement. Hizashi cracked a few eggs into a measuring cup. He heard Eri cheerfully greet Shinsou. It made him smile. He was glad that Eri was making more friends. And, although they were older, she was really happy, which meant Hizashi was too. It's all Hizashi wants for her, to be happy. Hitoshi. Hizashi stopped mixing the eggs to look over at Shoyuta. Eri had sounded a bit frantic there. Shoyuta had picked up on it too. His students' homework lay forgotten as he and Hizashi strained to hear what would make their daughter sound like that. Was Shinsou okay? Dads. Please come quick. Something's wrong. Hizashi's stomach dipped in dread. Shoyuta shot up from the table, causing the chair to fall backward. It thunked to the floor, scaring Burrito, who'd been sleeping nearby. The chair and cat went unnoticed, however, as Hizashi and Shoyuta ran over to see what was wrong. They both made it over to where Eri and Shinsou were. Hizashi gasped and took a step back, his eyes wide. Shinsou was pale and sweating, his eyes unfocused. But that wasn't what caused his reaction, though of course, it still did worry him. Right on Shinsou's nose was a scar. 2 scars were on either side of Shinsou's face. The placing was familiar. Too familiar. Hizashi, Shoyuta, and Eri frantically tried to find out what was wrong. Shinsou was somewhat unresponsive. His eyes followed them, but he didn't seem to be able to talk. He let out a high-pitched whine, face contorted in pain. He started falling to the floor. Shoyuta reached over to catch him, picking him up. Eri looked over at Hizashi, worry shining on her face. Is he going to be okay? Hizashi mustered up a smile. His voice still shook. Yeah, he'll be okay, don't worry. Hey, why don't you get ready to go to school? Eri nodded and walked to her room. Hizashi stared at the scars on Shinsou's face. Shoyuta followed his gaze. Are those from? Hizashi nodded. He stayed silent. If he were to talk, he knew he'd choke on tears. Shinsou probably hid the scars with makeup like Hizashi did. Otherwise, Hizashi would have noticed them straight away. He traced the matching scars he had with his finger. Yeah. They're from muzzles. Someone muzzled him. Shoyuta. Someone did this to him. Shoyuta nodded, looking solemnly at their student. I know. We'll get to the bottom of this, I promise. On the brighter side, this is evidence. We can use this to get him out of there. Hizashi nodded, a frown still in place. He knew that Shoyuta was saying that for his own health as well as Hizashi's. Can you take care of him? I don't think I could look at him without crying right now. Shoyuta smiled slightly. He left, carrying Shinsou back into the guest room. Hizashi wiped his eyes. On days like these, he was glad he wore dark shades with his hero costume. Speaking of that, he didn't have enough time to put his hair up. Whatever, it'd be fine. He let his hair out of his bun. I'll just wear it like this so people don't know that I usually wear it in a bun. Eri was waiting at the front door. She looked at him weird. Why no cockatoo hair? Hizashi laughed. It's not cockatoo hair. Yes it is. Eri grabbed her hair and raised it above her head in an imitation of Hizashi's usual style. Hizashi dramatically gasped. My whole family's against me? Eri giggled. Hizashi led her out of the room. He looked back, hoping that Shinsou and Shoyuta would be okay. Shoyuta was right. Now they had enough proof to put together a case to get Shinsou out of custody of his father. Hizashi could only hope they'd be able to get him out of there before it was too late. Shudo was getting concerned. He couldn't find Shinsou anywhere, and when he went to find Mr. Aizawa, Dad, to ask him, he learned that he wasn't there either. Miss Kiyama had substituted for him. Both Shinsou and Dad are gone. This can't be good. Shudo slid into his assigned seat, right in front of Yaoyorozu. It was almost English class. They were waiting for Mr. Yamada, the class alit with a soft buzz of conversations. Jairo was over at Yaoyorozu's desk. They seemed to be together often, with Tokoyami. They were talking about some old band that the two more emo kids enjoyed. Shido hadn't ever listened to their music, but he'd definitely heard of them. Back when Tuya was alive, he'd sometimes hum some of their songs. Right now wasn't the time to think about dead relatives, however. The door to the classroom slid open to reveal their English teacher. The class quieted. To say that Mr. Yamada looked worse for wear would be an understatement. Shido could see stress in his eyes even though he was wearing his normal sunglasses. He wasn't smiling. The most striking and worrying thing, though, was his hair. Instead of the ridiculous hairstyle he took pride in, Mr. Yamada's hair was down. His hair did look nice, but it was still jarring for Shido. Wait, isn't Mr. Yamada really close to Dad? Mr. Yamada prides himself on his hairstyle. He looks so stressed, and Dad and Shinsou aren't at school. Shido's mind started going down some dark paths. He started to get absorbed into his thoughts. What if they're hurt? What if they're sick? What if they're going to die? What if they've already died? Shido logically knew that he was being irrational, but he couldn't help it. He, obviously, hadn't grown up in a very good household. He had been a small child when his brother had died. Natsuo and Fuyumi had to explain it to him through tears. The experience had stuck with him, and now he was scared that more of his close family would die. He begrudgingly thinks that he'd cry if even his father died. Even though he was an a-hole, Shido still cared about him in his dumb subconscious. He had just found a family in the form of Shinsou and Aizawa. He didn't want to lose them. Shido didn't even notice when the bell rang and everyone left him alone in the classroom. Mr. Yamada looked over at him, eyebrows creased in concern. "Are you all right, Todoroki?" Shido was brought back to earth. His thoughts set in and he started to breathe faster. He dug his fingernails into his arms, trying to use the pain to stop panicking. They're dead, they're dying, they're sick, they're hurt, in trouble dash. He felt Mr. Yamada gently pull his hands from his arms, interrupting his thoughts. "Todoroki, please. You're going to hurt yourself." Shido looked up at him and tried to compose himself, breathing deeper. "Sorry. I panicked over nothing." Mr. Yamada smiled. "It's okay. You can't control it." Shido tilted his head. "Father never tells me that. He just tells me I'm weak." Mr. Yamada's face fell before he forced it back into a smile. "Well, I guess as one of your new dads, I get to teach you these types of things." Shido tilted his head again. "One of my new dads?" Mr. Yamada laughed at his confused expression. "I'm dating Shoyuta. If he's your new dad, then I am too." Shido stared at him. "You can do that? Be two boys and date? That's amazing." "I want to do that." Mr. Yamada's smile turned soft. "And you can do that if you want." He reached over and ruffled Shido's hair. "'Twas nice." He leaned into the touch, and he couldn't help the smile that came across his face. But he still had his concerns over Dad and Shinsou. His teacher would know about that since he lives in the same house. At least Shido assumed they did. Maybe he shouldn't, though, since his parents don't live together. But he was pretty sure his were an exception when it came to parents who were still together. Where's Dad and Shinsou? "They're not here today." Mr. Yamada's? He needed a name that wasn't Dad, maybe Pops. Smile dampened a bit. Shinsou overused his quirk. He's staying at home because of the side effects and Shido's staying home to help him. Shido's eyebrows creased and his eyes widened. He knew how bad quirk overuse side effects could be. "Is he okay?" "Yeah. He'll be fine. You don't need to worry." Shido nodded. He gathered up his things. "Thanks. Shido left the classroom, leaving a shocked Yamada behind. The world slowly came back to Hitoshi. "Did I fall asleep?" "What?" He opened up one of his eyes. He was met with the Yamada Aizawa guest room. "It's not a hospital bed. Or my bed for that matter." Hitoshi's head pulsed with a dull pain. It was much more bearable than that morning, however. The sun streamed in through the window, shining on Hitoshi's face. If he turned his head the wrong way, it ended up in his eyes. "The sun's so high up. That means it's not morning anymore. Why aren't I at school?" Hitoshi swung himself over the side of the bed, sitting up. He stood, a small wave of dizziness hitting him. He stumbled slightly, but remained upright. "I remember Yamada waking me up." "What happened after that?" Hitoshi went to open the bedroom door. His hand hesitated on the cool metal of the knob. Wait? I'm not at school. Yamada and Aizawa would already be teaching. They're probably not at home. But if they have, they'll be angry at me for not being at school. I need to get out of here before that. Before they punish me. He sighed. It was nice having people who cared about me. I just had to F it up, didn't I? Just had to mess up. He twisted the door knob and pushed. Just a simple objective. Walk out the front door and go home. Walk what takes a car an hour. Simple. Hitoshi steps out of the guest room. He held back a shiver as his bare feet touched the cold floor. He started walking to the door. After a few steps, he heard Aizawa's voice. Shinsou? He kept walking. Just pretend he's not there. Like an NPC character. Once I leave, it'll be better for him, Yamada, and Eri. I'm an obstacle in the way of their happiness. Hey Shinsou? Are you okay? Hitoshi kept his head down. His purple hair, which was currently not styled, fell over his face, obscuring it. He shook his head in response to Aizawa's question. Why is he even asking it? He'll just punish me anyway. I've been nothing but a burden to him, no matter what he says. He kept walking toward the door. In his peripheral vision he saw Aizawa coming toward him. Hitoshi started walking faster. Aizawa's voice was getting more frantic as he started speaking faster. Shinsou, what are you doing? Where are you going? Hitoshi didn't answer. He kept walking until he was interrupted. Aizawa had stood in front of him, so close. I guess I'm getting punished, then? Aizawa placed his hands on Hitoshi's shoulders so that he couldn't go any further. Hitoshi tensed up. Hitoshi, please stop. He froze. Aizawa just called me Hitoshi. The last time an adult called me by my first name was when Mom was alive. Does he care about me? Like, actually care about me? Like how he cares about Eri? Or Todoroki? Like a son? Apparently, that's what it took to break the dam. Hitoshi started crying silently. When he spoke, he choked on his words. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I'm dashed. He was interrupted by a face full of cloth. It smelled of sweat and strawberries? It took Hitoshi a second to realize that Aizawa was hugging him. It was nice, warm. It made Hitoshi feel safe. He hugged back, crying into Aizawa's shirt. He felt bad doing so and pulled back. Aizawa let him. When his teacher spoke, his voice was soft. Much unlike how he was at school. Why were you trying to leave? Hitoshi looked up at him and willed himself not to choke on his words. Because you'll punish me. Aizawa in a breath. Punish you? For what? Does he really not know what I did? Because I'm not at school, and you're not at school because of me? Shinsou, you were sick? That's not an excuse. Hitoshi, you collapsed. You couldn't even stand for breakfast. There was no way Hizashi and I would make you go to school. So then I'm a burden. Aizawa sighed. It almost seemed sad. Great, Hitoshi made him sad. Kid. I've said it before, I'll say it again. You are not a burden. Now let's get you food. Hitoshi nodded. He couldn't quite believe it. He was both getting food and he was hugged. He never wanted this week to end. He sat at the kitchen table as Aizawa put together a meal for him. Aizawa had put a cat on his lap. You like cats, he said and dumped jelly on Hitoshi's legs. What some people said about cats was right. They really did work as a stress reliever. Aizawa placed a salad in front of Hitoshi. He ruffled his hair. Is salad okay? Hitoshi leaned into the touch and nodded. Hitoshi sat on the couch trying to get through his homework. Aizawa sat next to him on his phone. Hitoshi guessed he was sitting there to make sure Hitoshi didn't try to leave again. He didn't mind. Aizawa was good company. His eyelids started drooping. He desperately tried to focus on his work, but he was so tired. I guess that's what crying does to you. Hitoshi's eyes completely closed as he retired to a blissful sleep. Bonus. Hizashi hummed as he unlocked the front door and entered his house. He hoped Shinsou was doing well. They needed to have a discussion about his scars, but for now, he just wanted Shinsou to be healthy. Entering the living room, Hizashi froze. On the couch was Shinsou and Shoyuda, both asleep and dead to the world. Shinsou's head rested on Shuda's shoulder, his resting on Shinsou's head. Hisashi lit up like a Christmas tree. He unlocked his phone to take a picture. He made a high-pitched sound of glee. So adorable. His phone buzzed. The text from Todoroki. How is Shinsou doing? Hisashi grinned as he sent the image. Hitoshi walked alongside Aizawa, Yamada, and Eri to the entrance of the school. Yamada was telling the story of the first time he met Ms. Joke. Aizawa kept groaning and adding his own side of the story into it, being much more pessimistic. It was all so new to Hitoshi, the way this family worked. He wasn't used to being a part of a conversation. He wasn't used to people even caring that he was there at all. He wasn't used to the little things either. How Yamada ruffled his hair, or how Aizawa would casually rest his hand on Hitoshi's shoulder, even how Eri would hug him. It was so familial. He couldn't help but feel like he was a part of their family when he was around them. He wondered if they felt the same as him. I can't be thinking that. This is a temporary arrangement. I'm just going to end up disappointed. I already have a family. Or at least a father. No matter how much I want it, Yamada and Aizawa will never see me as their son. Eri will never see me as her brother. There's nothing I can do about that. Hitoshi, a voice called from behind. Hitoshi spun around to see who spoke. He wasn't used to being called by his first name, nobody ever did. Except for Aizawa that one time, but that was an outlier. He found Todoroki running toward them. The boy caught up to them. Are you feeling better? Should you be at school? What? Since when did Todoroki care about him? That's nice. Hitoshi nodded. Why? I'm fine. Good. Todoroki turned his attention to Eri. Hello, Eri. Hi, Shuto. Hey, little listener. Hello, Pops. Hitoshi choked on his breath. Pops? When did that happen? Aizawa nodded to him. I need to get ready for my lesson. Todoroki, don't be late. I will not be, Dad. Aizawa ducked his head as he grabbed Eri's hand. Hitoshi swore he could see the man blushing. Yamada went ahead with Aizawa and Eri, leaving Hitoshi with Todoroki. Why'd you come all the way out here? The dorms are closer to the school than this. I came out to meet you. I was concerned for your health. Why? Todoroki tilted his head. Because you are my little brother, as I am 10 days less than 6 months older than you. Is that not obvious? I am. He considers me part of his family. Like his other family. The one with Aizawa and Yamada and Eri. Also, how does he know my birthday? Todoroki furrowed his brows. Correct. Are you certain you are not doing unwell? We share 2 of the same parents. We are brothers. I'm not Aizawa or Yamada's child. Todoroki leveled him a look. Yes. Because you are not staying with them, come to school in the same car as them, and possess and are trained in the same weapon that Dad uses? Hitoshi blinked in surprise. I didn't think about it like that. Todoroki. There you are. Todoroki and Hitoshi turned their heads to the voice. It came from a freckled boy with big, green eyes and fluffy, messy hair. Midoriya Izuku. Hitoshi had fought him in the sports festival and had lost horribly. For some reason, though, Midoriya didn't seem even a little scared of Hitoshi. It was weird. Midoriya turned to Hitoshi. Oh, hello, Shinsou. I didn't know that you 2 were friends. Hello, Midoriya. Todoroki gestured to Hitoshi. He is my brother. Does he know no subtlety? Oh, so you and Shinsou are so close you're like family. No. Hitoshi looked at the time. Taking that as an excuse to stop the conversation before misinformation was spread. Hey, you 2 should get going. Aizawa's going to kill you if you're late. Todoroki snapped his attention to Hitoshi, and alarmed expression on his face. Dad will murder me? It's an expression. Midoriya whipped his head to Todoroki. Dad? Todoroki tilted his head, a sign Hitoshi had paged as confusion. I am not your father. Why, you called Mr. Aizawa Dad? That's because... Hitoshi interrupted. We need to get to class. Midoriya stiffened. Yes. Dad will murder me. Midoriya looked over at Todoroki, to which he clarified, metaphorically. The trio headed to their class with haste, hoping to not be late. Todoroki and Midoriya entered the classroom, late. Shoyuta looked at them as they came in. I told you not to be late, Todoroki. Todoroki bowed. I apologize, Dad. Midoriya stiffened. The entire class became eerily quiet, all of them staring at Shoyuta, waiting for his reaction. Not even Bakugo said anything. Todoroki didn't seem privy to the existence of this tension, however. He walked to his desk and sat down. If only this class could pay attention regularly. Shoyuta sighed. He knew that the entire class was about to erupt, but he responded anyway. It's all right, Todoroki. Just don't make it a habit. I will not, Dad. This kid is so blunt. The class president, Ida Tenya, shot out of his seat, turning around to get a view of Todoroki. He couldn't get a very good view, though, seeing that they were so far apart. He yelled across the room, hand chopping like a robot or something, Todoroki. Calling a teacher's dad on purpose is highly informal. Todoroki stared at Ida. Oh no. What is this kid going to say now? I understand that, Ida. Sorry. Ida sat down, apparently satisfied with his duty. Todoroki turned his gaze to Shoyuta. I apologize, Mr. Dad. The class erupted in laughter and questions. Ida slammed his head onto the desk, apparently exhausted from his exploits as class president. Shoyuta sighed deeply. The icy hot. Since when have you been a smartass? I am neither a donkey nor a buttocks. Ashido sighed, an oblivious, hot, teenage boy. My heart is melting. What a mad banquet of darkness. Shoji glanced at Tokoyami. What does that even mean? Kaminari and Siro were singing some sort of weird internet thing together. You are my dad, you're my dad. Boogie woogie woogie. What the F are you two dumbass doing? Kaken. Shut the F up, Deku. He said it all as if it was one word. It was really quite impressive. Uraraka looked over at Todoroki, who seemed quite confused on why the entire class was being so loud. I think he's being serious. I wouldn't be surprised, Karo. Shoyuta hung his head. He was so done with this class. He felt someone pat him on the shoulder. Don't worry, Mr. Aizawa. Being a dad is manly. Thanks, Kirishima, Shoyuta drawled. The redhead rambled on. So is being a mom. My moms are so manly. I'm oversharing. Sorry, I don't even know if you're okay with that type of relationship. Shoyuta looked at Kirishima incredulously. Would he really think me a bigot? I know I'm not the warmest, but I'm fine with it. It'd be hypocritical if I wasn't, seeing as though I'm gay. Kirishima's eyes widened. Wow, you're gay? I didn't know that there were many Ker pros out there. Really? Many of your teachers are Ker. Kirishima let out an "oh," as if he had some sort of epiphany. He ran over to where Bakugo was. The explosive blonde was attempting to beat the sheet out of Midoriya. Just a normal Thursday, Shoyuta supposed. He couldn't help but wonder if he'd awoken something in Kirishima. Everyone back to your seats. I'm not paid to babysit. After a while and a great bit of scrambling, his students were all at their respective desks. That didn't stop the note passing, whispers, and snickers, however. This class was going to be the death of Shoyuta. Hitoshi finished packing up his things to head to lunch. He was the last one in the classroom, per usual. None of his classmates really paid him attention. He supposed that was okay though. At least they never bullied him, unlike the kids at his previous schools. Hitoshi felt a hand rest on his shoulder. He jumped and spun around. Brother. God. Todoroki, you scared me. Sorry. You are coming to lunch with me, correct? Oh, okay. Hitoshi followed Todoroki to a lunch table on the far left side of the cafeteria. He gulped seeing Todoroki's friends. Get a hold of yourself, Hitoshi. It's just some people, you can do this. The table had Midoriya, Uraraka, and Ida sitting at it. Midoriya and Uraraka were sitting on the opposite side to Ida. Todoroki sat down next to Ida and invited Hitoshi to sit next to him, which he hesitantly did. Midoriya lit up as he sat down. Hi, Shinsou. Hi, Todoroki. Uraraka perked up too. Hey, Todoroki. Hi, Shinsou. Todoroki greeted them while Hitoshi gave a little wave. Ida adjusted his glasses. Greetings to the both of you. It's not often that you sit with us, Shinsou. Or anyone for that matter. Aren't you usually in the library? Hitoshi jolted. He brought his hand to rub at the back of his neck. Todoroki invited me. I hope that's all right. It's okay if it's not, I can leave. Midoriya waved his hands, frantically. No, it's okay. I'm curious of what your relationship with Todoroki's all about, though. This morning was a little weird. Todoroki piped up, we are brothers. Ida tipped his head, using his hand to convey confusion, but you have different parents? No. Hitoshi sighed, but didn't participate in the conversation. He didn't really know how. It was a peculiar situation. Todoroki sees Aizawa and Yamada as fathers and Eri and I as siblings, but how do I see them? I want to see them in the same way, but am I allowed to? Aizawa and Yamada don't seem to mind Todoroki, but I might be different. Aizawa said that Yamada wants to adopt me, but was that just to make me feel better? Who would seriously want someone like me? I'm broken. At that moment, Hitoshi realized that Todoroki had nothing in front of him. He'd barely been listening to the discussion. Todoroki was trying to explain that they had two of the same fathers and Ida just wasn't getting it. He decided to ask Todoroki about his lack of lunch. Well, convey his question through a statement, at least. Todoroki, you don't have food. I do not have the money. Uraraka responded, you don't have the money? You know that the school helps with that, right? Midoriya frowned. Endeavor doesn't have the money to get his son lunch? I am not taking any of that scumbag's money, Todoroki seethed. So, he doesn't have a good relationship with his father. I guess that's why he was so quick to accept Aizawa and Yamada as his father figures. The green-haired boy hummed, understandable. Well, that won't do, Ida straightened up. I'll get money from my dorm room and pay for you. Learning on an empty stomach is counterproductive. It hinders you on your path as a student. Therefore, there's no need, Hitoshi interrupted. I have extra food. I was given too much. That was the truth. Yamada had packed too much food for a normal person to eat, much less Hitoshi. He split his food, giving half to Todoroki, who bowed his head slightly in thanks. Uraraka looked at the food. It had been prepared by Yamada, who'd gone a little overboard in the presentation. Whoever packed your food seems to be a very good cook. Hitoshi nodded. Emichim. Todoroki swallowed his bite of food. Did Dad or Pops make this? Well, one of them can cook and one of them burns ramen. So, Pops? Hitoshi laughed. Yeah. The five of them continued conversating. Throughout the entire time, Hitoshi didn't ever feel like he was out of place. It was an incredible feeling. He also passively learned things about the teens. Like, just how sheltered Todoroki is, that Midoriya and Uraraka have very obvious secret crushes on each other, and that Ida is overworked and really needs a break. None of these were outright told to him, but it didn't take much to figure them out. It was weird having friends, it was weird having a brother. But Hitoshi was happy about it nonetheless. He just had to get used to it, and he just needed a little time to think about the family thing. Maybe found family could benefit him. Maybe somebody did want him. Shudo's coming over today. Hitoshi looked up from his work to Yamada. He is? Yamada flashed a grin. Yeah, we're making chocolate chip cookies. You'll be baking with us, right? Sure. I don't really know how to cook or bake though. S'alright. I'm sure you're better than Shoyuta. Over here, he pointed to his boyfriend who was beside him, watching Eri draw a picture. Aizawa's going to be cooking? I hope your smoke alarm works. Yamada bursted out laughing and Aizawa grumbled. The doorbell rang and Yamada ran over to open it. He yelled in his radio host voice, Hello, Todoroki Shudo. Hi, Pops. Eri sprung up from her drawing and ran to the door, throwing herself onto Todoroki. Todoroki entered the house and gave a greeting to Hitoshi and Aizawa. He walked up to Hitoshi. So, how do we start baking? Hitoshi huffs a laugh. I dunno. I have even less cooking skills than Aizawa. Yamada claps together his hands, and that's why I'm here. I'm here too. Eri chirps. Yamada nods to her. Will you go get the chocolate chips, Eri? The five of them looked at the counter full of ingredients. Hitoshi felt way out of his depth, and Todoroki looked thoughtful. I've only ever watched my sister cook. When I cook, Bakugo tells me that I'm doing it wrong. Kaken is a really good cook. Eri was bouncing slightly. clearly excited to start baking. I want to be like Kaken. Aizawa sighs, no you don't. Alright, let's get the mixing bowls while I make sure y'all don't blow up my kitchen. Hey Yamada. Shouldn't you be grading our tests instead of baking cookies? Yamada put a hand to his ear dramatically. Cookies are more important than grading, plus, I already finished them. He pointed an offending finger at Hitoshi. You can't catch me slacking off today, Hitoshi. Hitoshi stared for a split second at the use of his first name before smirking. I guess I can't. Baking ended up being a nightmare, which was to be expected seeing that they only had one good cook between the 5 of them. But, somehow, they ended up mostly through the recipe. Only one step left before they put them in the oven. And then, said cook left to go to the bathroom, leaving the other 4 alone with many cooking ingredients and no comprehension of what they were supposed to be doing. Maybe we need to add more sugar? No, Shudo. That will just make it too sweet. Well then, what do you suppose we do, Hitoshi? I don't know. Eri put her hands on her hips. It needs more chocolate chips. Maybe more flour? That sounds bakewhy enough, Aizawa mused. Doesn't it, get completely ruined if you put too much flour in it? Aizawa shrugged. Hitoshi groaned. Shudo looked over at the recipe. It says to put the dough on the tray. Do we separate it first? Shudo looked down again. It does not make it clear. Eri peered into the bowl. Maybe it separates itself? Everyone looked to Aizawa for guidance, who stared back. Why is everyone looking at me? I've never made cookies and I burn ramen. Hitoshi sighed. Well, maybe we should separate it just in case. He started walking over to the tray. On the way, however, he tripped. His hand caught the counter, knocking over the bag of flour right onto his head. He coughed out a cloud of white and sent a glare to the other 3, who were laughing. He couldn't hold his glower, though. Shudo recovered from his bout of laughter. I think that Hitoshi is correct. The 4 of them made quick work of separating the dough onto 2 trays. They only put one in the oven just to be safe. Hey Shudo. Yes, Eri? Do you think you can cook the other tray with your quirk? I do not know. The 2 looked over to Aizawa. He shrugged. I'm curious. Hitoshi held up a finger. Maybe we should test it out with 1 cookie first. So we don't accidentally mess up the whole pan? Shudo nods and plucks one of the uncooked cookies from the tray. Aizawa started reading off the recipe. Bake it at 191 degrees Celsius. What are you doing? Shudo looks at his cookie, which he had lit on fire, then back at Aizawa. Fire cooks things. Eri nodded, a very serious expression on her face. It does. So the smoke alarm doesn't work? Hitoshi mused. Shudo put out the flames on his hand and observed the blackened cookie with a curious expression. Why does it not burn when it is in the oven? Eri shrugged, Hitoshi cracked up, and Shoyuta groaned. Endeavor is a bad parent, apparently. He is, but this is not the reason why. Aizawa looked back at Shuto in concern. What has he? He was interrupted by a screech. My kitch. Aizawa immediately activated his quirk, making the voice disappear and Yamada lurch forward at the sudden muteness. Yamada recovered quickly. Why? You were literally only supposed to put cookies on a tray. Why is Eri holding a frosting gun, Shudo eating a very burnt cookie that's probably inedible, and Hitoshi covered in flour? What happened? This cookie is not the worst I've had. Now that's just sad. Aizawa immediately defended himself. You know I'm an awful cook. And you left me here with these children. Yo, I only went to the bathroom. You were in there for a while. Eri turned the frosting gun around and shot some on her face, giggling. Hitoshi shrugged. At least we got 1 tray in the oven. Yamada sighed. Yeah, I guess there's that, at least. For hours afterward, the 5 of them worked to decorate the cookies. Why were they putting frosting on chocolate chip cookies? Because Eri said they were. All of them found out quite quickly that they were not good at frosting designing. Except for Eri, because she's a queen. Eventually, Shudo's phone rang. He looked at the caller ID and deeply sighed. He picked it up, had a very short conversation of which he gave curt answers and responses, and hung up. I have to go home. Yamada nodded. All right. Do you want to take some cookies for the road? Shudo shook his head. My father would not appreciate me eating them. That's boring. I'll save some to bring to you to eat at school tomorrow. Shudo nodded, goodbye. The rest of them gave their goodbyes as Shudo put on his shoes and walked out the door. Yamada then turned toward Hitoshi, Eri, and Aizawa. Alright. Now it's time to clean up. The other three groaned. Hizashi smiled as he looked over to Eri and Hitoshi. Eri was sitting on Hitoshi's lap watching a television show. It was animated with bright colors, upbeat voices, and dramatic music. Eri seemed to be absorbed in the liveliness, and curiously, Hitoshi was too. It was almost as if he'd never seen an animated show before. Maybe he actually hasn't? Voices played from the television. Hey, kiddo, why don't I show you some things that happened in my high school? I have pictures. The kids, Hizashi included, watched as the father pulled out a giant binder out of seemingly nowhere. Yay, a little girl yelled, the photo album. Photo album? Eri turned to look at Hizashi in her confusion. Hitoshi looked over as well. Photo albums are books that you fill with photos. Usually the photos mean something to you, like it was a funny situation, or any situation that you want to remember in general. Hizashi wistfully exhaled. I remember making photo albums when I was in high school. Shoyuta thought I was dumb for doing it. Shoyuta defended himself from his place on the chair next to the couch. They're pictures, pieces of paper. They waste space. You could have very well just kept them on your phone. That just ruins the fun. Shoyuta sighed. Eri was vibrating in place and Hitoshi was trying not to look interested. Hizashi grinned. Would you little listeners like to see my photo albums? Eri nodded violently. Hitoshi slightly shook his head and declined with a small hum. God, he acts just like Shoyuta. That's so crazy. He'll probably come around eventually. Huh, just like Sho does. Yo, you want to hear the story about the runaway fried chicken? Eri's eyes narrowed. She puffed her cheeks in an adorable display of frustration. Fried chicken can't run away, Dad. They're dead. You're lying. Hizashi pushed up his glasses and adopted an over-the-top anime villain pose like the weeb he is. Au contraire. And I'm no liar. What does au contraire mean? Anyway, it was a cold winter day. Hizashi held the rooftop door open for Shoyuta. Poor ma chérie. Shoyuta groaned. You're so effing cheesy. And you have to do it in French too. If you're gonna be cheesy, at least do it in Japanese. Hizashi laughed as the two walked through the door and onto the UA rooftop. Hizashi's eyes immediately landed on a person sitting against a wall. They were a tall, teenaged boy with cloudy, light blue hair and tan skin. His indigo eyes landed on the duo. His face lit up and he frantically waved his arms to alert the two of his existence. He hugged Shoyuta and Hizashi as they approached him, much to Shuta's dismay. He wrangled himself out of the other boy's grip. The boy sent a grin to him. Hi Sho, Zashi. You two took so long, I almost thought you were gonna leave me here. Hizashi lightly punched the cloud boy's shoulder. Yo. No, we wouldn't do that, Uboro. I would have if it was up to me. What were you two dumbass thinking, holding lunch on a roof in the cold weather? I can see my breath. Shuuda Toa. Whyyyyyy? Shoyuta rolled his eyes and rested his hand on Oboro's shoulder. He had to reach up, since Oboro was a whole 187 centimeters tall. I'm being sarcastic for the most part. Oh, I knew you were just a softish show, Hizashi cooed. I am going to beat your butt. Oboro screeched. You can't just say that when you're dating him, Shoyuta. That makes it sound Hizashi started cackling. Shoyuta groaned loudly. Oh my god, why are you like this? You still love us. No, I don't. Well then why are you sandwiched between us? Because you're warm. Then why are you dating us if we're so annoying? Shoyuta groaned but didn't reply. Oboro grinned. Hizashi finally stopped cackling, wiping the tears that had come to his eyes. Are we going to eat, or just sit out here in the cold and wind? Both Oboro and Hizashi opened their food to eat. Today, they both had their favorite foods, sushi and fried chicken. They started eating. Hizashi looked over at Shoyuta. Why aren't you eating? He shrugged. Don't have food. Oboro stopped eating to frown at Shoyuta. That's not very healthy, Sho. Hizashi smiled. No worries. We can just share our food. Oboro nodded and shoved a part of his lunch into Shuta's hands. Shoyuta shook his head. I don't need it. Hizashi waved a chicken leg at Shoyuta. No. You have to eat food, Shoyuta. Stop waving a chicken leg in my face. He stuck it up into the air, above his head. Not until you surrender and eat the food. Shoyuta sighed. Fine. At that moment, the world decided to hate Hizashi. A ginormous gust of wind came and started to blow Hizashi's glasses off his face. He dropped his fried chicken to grab the glasses and watched in dismay as the chicken was blown away. It hit the ground a few feet in front of them, but the damage was already done. My chicken leg. Oboro started wheezing while laughing. Shoyuta chuckled. Serves you right. You wound me, Shoyuta. And you're barely better, Oboro. Eri clapped as Hizashi finished the story. Hizashi looked over to the couch to see that Hitoshi was trying not to laugh and Shoyuta was smiling. Do you have any other stories, Dad? Hizashi flipped the pages over to a picture of a kitten. Eri gasped, Is that jelly? Rocky Road? Burrito? Hizashi shook his head to each of her questions. Hitoshi got up from his seat to come over and look at the kitten. He looked at a picture of Oboro next to the kitten. He scrunched up his face in a show of confusion. I wonder why he's looking at him like that. Maybe he's just confused that he doesn't recognize Oboro or something. It would make sense, seeing that my former classmates are all pros now except for him. Hitoshi looked at him. What's the cat's name? Sushi. Namuri, or Kayama, named him after mine and Shuta's best friend's favorite food dash. Shoyuta snorted at best friend. Hizashi continued. He lives with Namuri now. He's really fat because Namuri feeds him way too many table scraps. Hitoshi gasped. He looked like he'd just remembered something important. He pointed at the picture of Oboro. Hizashi tensed up. Hitoshi didn't notice. Is that Oboro? Like Shirakumo Oboro? Hizashi gasped. How does he know? He's too young to have met him and remember that. Shoyuta shot up from his chair and walked over to Hitoshi. Hitoshi tensed up. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have mentioned his name. He was clearly close to you and I'm sure hearing his name hurt. Especially from a stranger. Stranger? Shoyuta questioned. You're not a stranger, Hitoshi. Hizashi put a hand on Hitoshi's shoulder. Hey, little listener. We're not mad or hurt. Eri hugged Hitoshi to try to make him feel better. Shoyuta nodded to Hizashi's statement. We're just curious. Oboro would have died before you were old enough to remember him even if you did meet him. Oh, well, my mother used to tell me stories about him. Her mother? Yeah. Her name was Shirakumo Yuna. She was Oboro's sister. She used to tell me stories about her life, so, naturally, they had him in them too. Shoyuta frowned. Yeah, I remember him talking about her. He was worried because she hadn't contacted him in months. How is she? Do you know what happened there? Hizashi couldn't quite articulate any words. Hitoshi's, related to Oboro? His nephew? Mother died when I was 8. She never knew Oboro died. I only figured out when I was 9 and looked him up to try to contact him. Hizashi was finally able to make a sound. That's an awful way to find out that someone is dead. I'm sorry, Hitoshi. He shook his head. I didn't even know him. It still must have hurt. Especially since you were wanting to talk to him. Shoyuta sighed. I'm going to go to bed. Hizashi watched in concern as his boyfriend headed off to bed much earlier than usual. He knew that Shoyuta never really got over Oboro's death. He just hoped that Shoyuta would be okay. Eri looked up at Hizashi. Is Dad okay? Hizashi smiled, reassuringly. Yeah, he'll be okay, little listener. Hitoshi cast his head down. I'm sorry. It's my fault he feels bad. Kiddo, it's not your fault that you're related to our dead friend. Hitoshi hummed. About that, you guys weren't just friends, were you? Hizashi's eyes widened. How'd you know that? Well, my mother used to talk about Oboro's partners a little. It would just make sense. Hizashi grinned. You're pretty smart, Hitoshi. Hitoshi blushed and rubbed the back of his neck. It just made sense. It wasn't anything special. Hitoshi, Eri pulled on his shirt to make him look at her. Do you want to watch the show with the pretty colors with me again? I'd love to, Eri. As Hisashi started cooking dinner, he made a promise to himself, I'm going to protect Hitoshi. I'll save him. I won't let him die. I've already failed one shirakumo. I'm not going to fail another. Hisashi sat on the edge of the bed. Today was the last full day that Hitoshi would be at their house. They probably already had enough evidence to get Hitoshi out of his house. In fact, at this point, they'd be able to get him out by Monday. But Hisashi still had something he needed to resolve. He reached up to the bridge of his nose, feeling a scar that had been there long before high school. A scar that showcased his trauma. A scar that he hoped he'd never see on anyone else. Hitoshi has the same scar. Though it had been years, Hisashi could still recall the feeling of metal digging into his skin. The need to scream, but the only thing that greeted him was more pain. He could still recall the taste of iron seeping in from the sides of his face, from the bridge of his nose as well. All caused from that diamond muzzle. Hisashi hadn't been forced to wear a muzzle for years, since he was 10, and he still had these scars. But Hitoshi, he wasn't safe. He wasn't like Hisashi was. It'll be okay. Shoyuta and I are almost done with the file case. We'll get him out by Monday. I wish he didn't have to go back home before then, but there's nothing I can do. We already have enough evidence, but maybe a major piece of evidence such as illegal muzzle usage for voice quirks wouldn't hurt. He acknowledged that he had an alternate reason as well. As someone who had been heavily abused in the form of muzzles, Hisashi had a personal reason to comfort this kid. Not to mention that he saw him as a son. Yeah, that's right, I'll admit it. Unlike a certain Shoyuta, Hisashi walked to the wooden door of their bedroom, pushing it open to reveal the living room. He looked around. Shoyuta was still out on patrol until 7, and Hisashi assumed both the kids were still asleep. Hitoshi was sitting on the couch, looking at his phone. His hair was down, reaching just past his shoulders. His bangs were in a way such that they heavily reminded Hisashi of Shoyuta. Hitoshi looked up at the sound of wood creaking under Hisashi's foot. He raised his hand in a greeting. Good morning, Hisashi. Hey Hitoshi. You're up early. Hitoshi hummed and gave a small smile. Hisashi wasn't looking forward to ruining that smile, but he found this conversation necessary. Hey, I was wondering if I could talk to you? Hitoshi raised an eyebrow. You're talking to me now. So, yes, I suppose? Hisashi made his way to the couch and sat down next to Hitoshi. Hitoshi placed his phone on the cool wood of the coffee table and turned to him. His eyes widened as he looked at Hisashi closer. He wasn't wearing concealer, therefore, the scar that ran its way over the bridge of his nose was very visible. He recognizes the injury. Hitoshi reached up to his own nose. He was already wearing makeup, Hisashi noted. Hitoshi's eyebrows furrowed. He tipped his head, hands still at his nose. Hisashi used this as a way to start the conversation. Oh, do you want to know where the scar came from? I usually wear makeup so that people can't see it. Hitoshi waved his arms frantically, shaking his head. It's rude to ask other people about their scars. I'm sorry. No, I'm fine. Hisashi reached over and ruffled Hitoshi's hair. It's kind of you to apologize, though. Well, I was a foster child. I was adopted when I was 10 and a half, so way before high school. He didn't have the best control over my quirk when I was little. I've damaged many people's hearing over the years. Because I had such a dangerous quirk, I wasn't really liked within my foster families. I was forbidden from talking much of the time, and when I would they would muzzle me. Hitoshi gasped, a light of recognition in his eyes. He recognized this type of story. He knew what was going to happen. That confirms my suspicions, I'd say. They always used too small of a muzzle. It cut into my skin one too many times and scarred it. Heroes don't often hide their scars. Eventually, there's too many, and it's not worth it. But this scar in particular holds a lot of trauma for me. So I hide it. I guess you could say that's a bit cowardice for a hero. Hisashi could feel hot tears beneath his eyes as he recounted a part of his childhood he'd rather not have to remember. He willed himself not to cry. That was the last thing that Hitoshi needed. I don't think it's cowardice. And even if it is, I think you've gone through enough to justify being cowardly. Hisashi smiled at Hitoshi. Thanks, dearest listener. Hitoshi rubbed his neck. That's just like Shoyuta. He cleared his throat. So, what did you want to ask me in the first place? Hizashi pursed his lips. This is going to hurt. Well, when you were sick, you didn't put on makeup. Hitoshi. You know you can let me know if something's happening, right? I can help. You saw my scar. Well, Hizashi, similar scars don't mean I went through the same experience as you. He's technically right, but that's bullshit in this case. He didn't outright deny it. Plus, my evidence and conclusions have proven otherwise. He's only gonna dig himself a deeper hole. Yeah, but that's not the only reason. Since staying at our house, I've become worried about the state of yours. You're underfed, you just assumed you weren't allowed to ask questions, and you panicked because you thought you were going to be kicked out over missing one day of school because you collapsed. Can you blame me for being worried? I can't blame you, but why are you worried about me? What's your reason? Because I care about you, Hitoshi. But why? Because you're my family. Hitoshi's jaw dropped as he stared wide-eyed at Hizashi. Sheet, did I mess up? Maybe he doesn't see me as family. Maybe he thinks it's weird that I do. Why you actually see me as a son? Hizashi smiled, his eyebrows still knitted. Yes, Hitoshi. You are a son to me. You and Shido are. My family. I just want you to be safe. Hitoshi slowly reached over, his arms somewhat open. He's asking for a hug, Hizashi realized. Hizashi let Hitoshi timidly hug him. He delivered the hug back to him tenfold. He felt Hitoshi melt in his arms. If he heard or felt him crying, he didn't say anything of it. They stayed like that for a very long time. Eventually, the door to their home opened. Hitoshi tensed up and gripped Hizashi's shirt. Hizashi threaded his fingers through Hitoshi's hair. It's okay, little listener. It's just Shoyuta. Shoyuta walked over to the two. Good morning, Hizashi and Hitoshi. Hi, Shoyuta. Hitoshi turned his head to look at Shoyuta. Shuda's eyes furrowed immediately. Hey, are you okay? You don't look too good. Hizashi sighed at the bluntness of his boyfriend. Sho. I'm fine now. Hitoshi smiled up to Hizashi. Thank you, Hizashi. Shoyuta looked between the two. Hizashi flashed a blinding grin at Hitoshi. Hitoshi. Seriously. I'll always be there for you. We'll get you out of there soon, Hitoshi. Just wait 2 more days. Just 2 more days. You only need to survive 2 more days. We have to do something special. Hitoshi looked over to Eri. Her eyebrows were furrowed and her mouth was pressed into a thin line. She looked so serious. Eri was standing in front of Shoyuta, bouncing slightly. Shoyuta looked at her. Oh yeah? Why? Eri crossed her arms. Because it's the last day that Hitoshi'll be here, that's why. Hitoshi tensed up, right? I have to go back to my house tomorrow. Shoyuta looked over at Hitoshi. Do you want to go anywhere? I'm sure. There's no use just staying here all day, right? Eri vigorously nodded. Shoyuta sighed, but Hitoshi knew it wasn't one of exasperation. He saw the faint hint of a smile behind his teacher's normally stoic face. Where do you want to go, dear listener? Hitoshi shrugged at Hizashi's question. Eri pointed a finger into the air, the other hand on her hip. We're going to the park. She looked over to Hitoshi for approval. He nodded. He spent a lot of time at the park, mostly using it so he could get home late. The park it is then. Eri squealed and ran off to find her shoes. Eri, Hizashi, Shoyuta, and Hitoshi walked on the dusty, rock path that snaked around the park. The air was crisp but not cold. Leaves crackled under Hitoshi's feet. The sky was partially cloudy, but they could still see the sun, though it didn't offer much warmth at that time. As they walked, the four ended up at the park lake. The dark waters shimmered as the sun hit them just right. A paddling of ducks floated on the surface, occasionally dunking their heads under the water. Eri's eyes lit up. Can I go see the ducks? She pulled on Shuda's shirt. Eri dragged Shoyuta to the lake, not waiting for an answer. Hizashi huffed a laugh. Then he looked next to the lake. There's a gazebo. How about we go over there while Eri keeps Sho busy? Hitoshi nodded. The gazebo was pretty run-of-the-mill as far as they go. It was made of mostly wood with a few benches inside. Someone was sitting on one of the benches. As Hisashi and Hitoshi got closer to the gazebo, he was able to identify the person. How could he not? There was the trademark peppermint hair and remarkably good posture. Is that Shudo? Hisashi asked. He had, apparently, made it to the same conclusion as Hitoshi did. I think so. Shudo looked up from his phone when the two made it to the gazebo. He looked back down for a second, then snapped his head back up to them. Hitoshi, Pops? What are you two doing here? Where is Dad and Eri? Hisashi held up his hands. Hey, so many questions, yo. Shoyuta and Eri are over at the Ducks. And we're here because Hitoshi's going back to his home tomorrow, so we wanted to do something fun. Shudo tilted his head. Hitoshi, do you not live with them? No. I kind of wish I was. Well, then why have you been staying with them? My father's on a business trip. Todoroki hummed, his eyes narrowed. Hisashi cleared his throat, a bit awkwardly. Anyway, I'm gonna go see the Ducks. Nice seeing ya, Shudo. Hisashi jogged off, leaving Hitoshi and Shudo alone. Shudo stood up and put a hand on Hitoshi's shoulder. He studied him with a steely glare. Hitoshi gulped. Did I upset him? How? Are you safe? Is your father truly on a business trip? I don't know what else he'd be on. Does he know you are with Dad and Pops? Hitoshi stayed quiet. He didn't want to lie to Shudo. What even made him suspicious in the first place? Hitoshi. Hitoshi looked down. His voice came out as barely more than a whisper. Is there a reason that he does not know? Hitoshi tried his best to hold back tears. I don't know. I'm scared. He wouldn't like them and I don't want to upset him. Shudo silently opened his arms to hug Hitoshi. He accepted the hug. He didn't say anything. Neither of them said anything. They just tried their best to find comfort with each other. Eventually, they broke apart. Hitoshi didn't want to let go. At least I didn't cry this time. Shudo looked at Hitoshi, consternation painting his normally indifferent face. He opened his mouth to say something, then stopped. Shoyuta, Hisashi, and Eri were walking over. Well, Eri was bounding over. The three stepped into the wooden gazebo. Shoyuta sent a small wave to Shudo. Eri ran to him and jumped on him while yelling, Shudo! Shudo, did you see the ducks? Shudo nodded, yes. Ducks are nice. They don't have to rely on parents for 18 years. Hitoshi nodded in agreement. Hisashi and Shoyuta looked concerned at that statement and the other kid's response. Hey, it was Hisashi that spoke. Are you two kiddos okay? Before Shudo could respond, Hitoshi did with a clipped, yep. Neither Hisashi nor Shoyuta looked convinced. Shudo glanced at him, then reined to looking at the floor. Eri, however, didn't really understand the conversation. Therefore, she was completely oblivious to the somber tone coming from her father and oldest brother. Do you two want to make flower bracelets with me? Oh, thank God for Eri. Yeah, I'd love to. Eri ran in between the other two, grabbing both of their hands and forcing them over to a large patch of flowers. Dandelions and daisies popped out of the grass. Perfect for making bracelets. Eri sat them down near the flowers, but not in the patch, and jumped up. I'm gonna collect the flowers. You two stay there. Hitoshi and Shudo nodded and stayed obedient to Eri's instructions. It was getting warmer, the sun finally remembering that it's supposed to warm stuff up. Hitoshi shrugged off his jacket. He didn't normally own a jacket, but Hisashi insisted on buying one for him when he learned he didn't have one. Shudo started taking off his jacket too. Hitoshi saw a flash of purple on him as he did. He grabbed Shudo's shoulder, inspecting the purple closer. There was a bruise on Shudo's neck, snaking down to his shoulder. Hitoshi gulped. What are you doing? Shudo, where'd you get that? Get what? The bruise. Where did you get it? Training. Who did it? Shudo stayed silent, looking down. Shudo. Who bruised you? My father. I can't do anything about that. I can't save him from his father. His is like mine. I guess it is normal for fathers to hurt their children. I guess Hisashi and Shoyuta really are exceptions. It is, but I guess it's normal. I'm just over-dramatic crying about it. Hitoshi, hand over your phone. Oh, okay. Shido took Hitoshi's unlocked phone from his outstretched hand. He typed something into it, then handed the phone back. Hitoshi grabbed it, looking at the screen. It was on a new contacts page. We will make sure both of us are okay every night before going to bed through texting. It only makes sense. That's really smart. Hitoshi. Shido. I got the flowers. The voice came from Eri, who was walking over to them. Her arms held an incredible amount of flowers in them. Her steps were awkward as she tried her best to not drop any. Hitoshi whistled, "That's a lot of flowers." Shido nodded at that. Eri dropped the mound in front of the other two. She started to run off to the gazebo. "I'm gonna bring dads to help." After a bit of pleading and dragging, Shoyuta and Hizashi sat with them making flower bracelets as well. The scene was so relaxing and safe. Hitoshi wished he could stay forever. "But I can't. I'm going back home tomorrow. Plus, even if Hizashi and Shoyuta did want me, they can't do anything about it. It's normal for parents to hurt their children. Isn't it?" That thought brought an air of bittersweet for Hitoshi. He hid his feelings. He wanted to feel safe with a family, even if it was probably the last time he ever would. Today was Sunday. Logically, Shoyuta knew it was bound to come. Each day of the week comes and goes. It's a constant. Yesterday was Saturday. Today is Sunday. It's how it works. It's how it's always worked. It's how it always will work. But Shoyuta still wished it wasn't Sunday. He wished he could skip time to Monday. Skip time until Hizashi and him had the papers ready and could keep Hitoshi out of there. But he couldn't. So, the only thing he could do was offer support. "I wish I could do something more. I wish he'd just admit that his home isn't safe. Then I could help. I could get him out faster." "Hitoshi, why won't you let us help you?" Shoyuta sighed, looking down at the wood ground. He was sitting on the couch beside Hizashi, waiting for Hitoshi and Eri to wake up. Hizashi slipped an arm around him. "You're worried about Hitoshi?" "Who wouldn't be?" Hizashi hummed. "So, when we get him out of there, where will he go?" "I don't want to put him in the foster care system." Hizashi stayed quiet for a half-minute. "I don't think I really want him with anyone I don't know. I don't want to take that chance." Shoyuta nodded. He didn't speak, though. He knew what he wanted. He thought that Hizashi would be on board, but maybe he had a different plan. They already had Eri. Maybe Hizashi didn't want another kid. Shoyuta thought he was fine with it, but he had never actually. If Hizashi spoke again, "Could we take him in? Is that something you'd be okay with?" "Yes," Shoyuta responded immediately. "I think that would be a good idea." Hizashi smiled. "I hoped you'd feel that way. I felt that way in the first week I started training him." Hizashi playfully punched his arm. "You big softy." Shoyuta sighed, shaking his head. He was not a softy. He turned his head to the hallway as he heard a door open. He saw the telltale purple hair of his protege as he rounded the corner to the room Shoyuta and Hizashi were in. Hitoshi was shaking slightly and looked quite troubled. When he noticed the other two on the couch, he sent them a very fake smile. "Good morning. I have everything packed." Shoyuta frowned. He looked so nervous. "Well, I'd probably be nervous too if I were in his situation." Hizashi stood up. "All right. We'll leave after breakfast." "Wouldn't let you leave on an empty stomach, yo." Hizashi headed to the kitchen. Hitoshi turned his attention to Shoyuta. He bowed deeply. "Thank you very much for letting me stay this week." "You don't have to bow. You're my student. I want you to succeed. Therefore, it was only logical to make sure that where you're staying is safe." Shoyuta paused before continuing. "Hitoshi, if anything is happening at home, anything, you can tell me, right? If you don't feel safe, we can change that. Just, please remember that Hizashi and I are always here for you." Hitoshi nodded, yet he didn't speak. Instead, opting to look at the ground. "Breakfast's ready." Hizashi called from the kitchen. Hitoshi and Shoyuta made their way over to the table to sit down. Hizashi placed plates of scrambled eggs and toast in front of them. Hizashi often cooked Western food, seeing that he used to live in Canada. Both Shoyuta and Hitoshi thanked him for the food. He nodded, beaming. "I'm gonna go wake up Eri." A few minutes later, the four were eating breakfast together. They were all quieter than normal that morning. All of them knew Hitoshi had to go home, and none of them were happy about it. After breakfast, Eri grabbed Hitoshi's arm and looked up at him. Do you have to leave, Toshi? Hitoshi frowned at her. Yeah. I'm sorry. Hisashi crouched down and put a hand on Eri's shoulder. He can always stay here. Though he was saying it to Eri, the sentence was directed to Hitoshi. Hitoshi reacted as such, looking at Hisashi. I can? Hisashi stood up in order to smile at Hitoshi. Yeah, kiddo. We're always open if you need a place to stay. Thank you. Hisashi shot finger guns at him. No problemo. To anyone, Hisashi would have just looked like his normal peppy self, but Shoyuta wasn't fooled. He'd known Hisashi since high school, after all. His smile was strained, and his eyebrows were a bit more furrowed than usual. He looked almost desperate, and Shoyuta didn't blame him. He's trying to get Hitoshi to say something. If he says something, he won't have to go back home. Please, Hitoshi, say something. Please. But Hitoshi didn't. And that's why the four of them were currently sitting in the car at the end of Hitoshi's street. For some reason, Hitoshi had asked them to park there rather than in front of his house. He was hesitating. He moved slowly and didn't seem too anxious to grab his cinch sack, opting to have a conversation with Eri. It was painful for Shoyuta to watch. It's now or never. Hisashi's hints seemed to have been too subtle. Hitoshi. Hitoshi froze and looked up. Do you truly want to go back there? Back to your home. Do you really feel safe there? You don't need to go back, Hitoshi. Hitoshi stayed silent for a long minute until speaking. Don't do that. Don't joke about that. Joke? Why would he think I'd be joking about this suit? That would be so intensive of me. Hitoshi grabbed his cinch sack. Of course you're joking about it. There's nothing you can do about it anyway. This time, Hisashi spoke. We're not joking, Hitoshi. We can help you. We want to help you. Want to dash? Hitoshi was interrupted by a buzz from an incoming text. He looked down at his phone and paled. He looked back up to the two. Have to go. Wait, Hitoshi. But he was already running away. Hisashi slammed his hand on the dashboard of the car. In it. We were so close. Shoyuta placed a hand on his shoulder. He felt the same, but he didn't really want to swear in front of Eri. It'll be okay. We'll have him out tomorrow. He'll be safe soon. Eri looked between her fathers. Is Hitoshi going to be okay? Hisashi looked to her with a very strained smile. We hope so. Shoyuta tapped on Hisashi's shoulder to get his attention. I'm going to be going with you to your radio show tonight. It's closer to Hitoshi's house than ours is. Hisashi nodded. I can ask Tensei to take care of Eri. He has been asking to babysit for a while. Yeah. That'll work. They had a plan, although it was mediocre at best. All they had to do now was hope that Hitoshi would be okay. Just one more day. Shoyuta hoped he could do it. Hitoshi once again tried to convince himself he didn't want to stay. My home's fine. There's no reason to want to stay here. Even if I'll miss Hisashi's cooking. Even if I'll miss the morning hugs from Eri. Even if I'll miss the time I've been able to spend with Shoyuta. With all of them. Hitoshi stared out of the car window, willing himself not to cry. Oh, who am I kidding? I want to stay so badly. I don't want to go back home. But, even if Hisashi and Shoyuta say that they would want me, I'd be such a huge burden. I don't deserve them. The car stopped. Hitoshi's stomach dropped. Looking at the street sign just confirmed his fear. They were there. They were on his street. I don't want to go, I don't want to go, I don't want to go, I don't want to go dash. He felt his teacher's eyes on him. Looking up, he realized that they were staring at him with expressions of concern. I'm taking too long. I have to start packing up. They're probably annoyed. He got out of the car and started to slowly gather up his things. He was deliberately slow. He didn't know why. It wasn't like anything would change whether he packed up fast or slow. He started reaching for his cinch sack. I shouldn't be wasting any more time. Hitoshi. Hitoshi froze and looked up at Shoyuta. Did I take too long? Did I finally get on his nerves? Is he finally going to snap? Do you truly want to go back there? Well, that wasn't what he was expecting. Hitoshi searched Shuta's face. He didn't seem mad or even annoyed. Just worried. And desperate? Back to your home. Do you really feel safe there? Is he really being serious? Is he really saying this? Why does he care? I get that he says he cares about me, but why? It's normal for parents to DSPLN their children. This is nothing new, this is nothing wrong. My father is in the right and I'm just a coward. You don't have to go back, Hitoshi. He's joking. He had to be. Yeah, that was it. It made Hitoshi want to laugh or cry. He knew that Shoyuta didn't joke, but that was the only explanation. Don't do that. Don't joke about that. Joke? Hitoshi bubbled with anger and frustration as he snatched his cinch sack. Shoyuta didn't understand. That's why he was joking about it. Because he didn't understand. He knew that he didn't mean any harm, but he couldn't stop his emotions. He felt hurt and maybe a bit betrayed. Of course you're joking about it, Hitoshi seethed. He didn't want to offend Shoyuta, but his emotions got the control of him. He took a breath and composed himself. There's nothing you can do about it, anyway. My father isn't doing anything wrong. There's no reason to take me out of my house. He doesn't feed me as punishments, to DSPLN me. I'm an awful son anyway. He hurts me to teach me rules. It's normal. There's nothing anyone could do. We're not joking, Hitoshi. The words came from Hisashi now. We can help you. We want to help you. Hisashi was smiling at him. Not his normal, persona smile, but his softer, personal smile. He looked so genuine and oh God, how Hitoshi wanted to believe he could help. Hitoshi looked to Shoyuta. Although he was barely smiling, his expression was soft and caring. It reminded Hitoshi of his mother. The expression she wore when she told him she loved him. It was so warm. It made him feel secure. It made him feel safe. Hitoshi wanted to cry right there and then. Wanna dash. Buzz. Hitoshi felt his phone vibrate in his breath pocket. Slowly extracting the phone, he looked at the message preview on the lock screen. The contact name read Shinsou Nukashi. It was his father. It read, "Where the hell are you? You've drawn the last straw. There will be consequences." Hitoshi paled, eyes wide. Clammy hands swung his sack over his back. He looked to Shoyuta, Hisashi, and Eri for what would most likely be the last time. He tried to smile, but he couldn't. When he spoke, his voice came out higher-pitched and weak. "They have to go." He ran down his street. He almost faltered when he heard Hisashi yelling his name, but he was too scared to. That's what it all comes down to, he bitterly thought. Fear. Fear controlled Hitoshi, and he knew it. He didn't know how to stop it. Honestly, he didn't think he could. He definitely couldn't at this point. That's why he was running back to his house. Maybe I could make it seem like he missed me the first time? Sneak into my room, walk out of it like nothing happened? Daye. That's a good plan. He started running to the side of his house where his bedroom was. He stopped dead in his tracks as he looked into the front window, however. Staring at him, through the window, were the beady blue eyes of his father. He was done. It was all F'd. His father knew he was out. He couldn't dupe him. He entered the house. He barely physically reacted to his father's heavy footsteps. He started to disconnect his mind from his body as he felt his father looming over him. "Where were you?" "At my teacher's house, sir." "Why were you there?" "I was there because—" "Never mind, I don't care," his father interrupted. Only then did Hitoshi notice the large knife his father was brandishing. "You had your chance." Hitoshi gulped. He knew where this was going and he wasn't excited. "I brought this on myself." "You thought I wouldn't notice the car? You thought how I wouldn't notice your teachers are that?" He spat the last word as if it were poison. Then he leaned in close. He'd obviously been drinking. Hitoshi could smell it on his breath. He didn't know if he was currently drunk, but that didn't matter much. His father said the next sentence in a dangerously low voice. "You thought I wouldn't notice that your teachers are fgots?" Hitoshi flinched at the use of the slur. It wasn't a flinch of fear, but rather one of anger. How dare he use slurs against Shoyuta and Hisashi? How dare he use slurs against the two people who have more love for me in their fingers than he has in his entire body? I don't care what he does to me, but how dare he say this against the people I care about? What? Have I finally made you snap? All it took was insulting your fgot teachers? With how protective you are, People might get the idea that you're one too. Hitoshi stayed dangerously silent. His father, not satisfied with the reaction, kept pushing. Let's have at it then, brat. Are you FG? Hitoshi didn't answer. He was, in fact, but he wasn't going to give his father that information. His silence, however, didn't matter. If anything, it just served to make the situation worse. Nukashi reeled back. His smile was no longer there. Well then, I guess I'll just have to carve it out of you. Hitoshi closed his eyes and prepared himself for the pain. The phone rang. Please pick up, please pick up. The phone continued to ring, and ring, and ring. Then, you've reached the voicemail of Shinsou Hitoshi. If you didn't dial the wrong number, please leave your message at the tone. Or not. Shudo let out a groan of frustration and anxiousness. He'd been trying to call Hitoshi for the past 10 minutes with no avail. He didn't want to be overbearing, but this was the time they said they'd check in with each other at. And now Shudo was worried. Relax, Shudo. He probably just forgot. He calmed himself down. Yeah, that is it. Something in the back of his mind begged him to try again, however. He tried to ignore it, but he couldn't. It just got more and more prominent, making him shake with anxiety. One more call could not hurt, right? It is not like it would make much of a dent. I have already called him 5 times and sent 4 text messages, however. I might come off as clingy or whatever people call it. At this point he felt nervous enough to puke. Or maybe that was just because he ate a single granola bar for dinner. He'd been studying during dinner time, and only ate the granola bar because Midoriya and Uraraka barged into his room and practically shoved it down his throat. It made him feel warm thinking about how much those two cared about him. He cared about them as more than friends, but not exactly as family, unlike how he felt toward Hitoshi. He didn't know how to categorize the feeling. It wasn't familial-like or platonically, well, not completely platonically. There was something else. He had previously let some of these feelings out to Hitoshi, who'd promised him he'd help him figure out what was going on with him. Hitoshi, he couldn't do that if he was dead. Shudo shook his head. I must stop thinking about the worst case. He can't be dead, right? He bated his breath as he looked at his phone, hoping that Hitoshi sent a message saying something like he was busy, or was eating dinner, or he fell asleep while Shudo had been lost in thought. He let out a long sigh as he looked at the taunting lock screen. No such luck. I'll call him one last time. If he does not pick up, I will just assume he fell asleep. I will call him in the morning if he does not pick up now. He unlocked his phone. It was already on Hitoshi's contact page. Shudo pressed the call button. The phone started ringing. Shudo willed Hitoshi to pick it up. It rang once, twice, thrice. Shudo? Shudo let out a sigh of relief, almost crying. Hitoshi. Hello. How are you doing? He is talking to me. He is alive, he is alive. If something is amiss, he will surely tell me. He will surely tell me if he is not safe. After all, that is the reason why we exchanged numbers. I'm fine. Hitoshi was interrupted on his end. Shudo couldn't make out much of the interruption, just a load of yelling that was ensued by what he assumed to be Hitoshi's father, but what he did understand was disgusting. Slews of insults were hurled at Hitoshi, calling him things like useless, villainous, burden to society. Fgot. That was his brother. He was saying that to his brother. He was hurting his brother. This scumbag of a man collected from the most radioactive waters was hurting his brother. He was filled with rage. With fear. He heard a squeak come from his brother's side of the call. Hitoshi? 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 Are you okay? Are you alive? Do you need me to call someone? I am going to call someone. A choked voice came from Hitoshi. Shoktiyo? Shudo heard screeching on the other side. This time, he could make out the words, who the hell are you talking to? Do you have a effing boyfriend? Evil, please. The screams of Hitoshi would forever be etched into Shudo's mind. Shudo tried to yell at him, tried to talk, but no words came out of his mouth. He was shaking, frozen in fear on behalf of his brother. He heard a thump, then a laugh. That wasn't Hitoshi's. A sound of glass shattering resounded in his ears. Hitoshi! The phone hung up with 3 beeps. Shudo sat in shock on his bed. The room was quiet. Too quiet. Shudo couldn't take it. He tried to slow his breathing. He knew he had to calm down. I must think about this logically. Hitoshi is in trouble. God, he might be bleeding out right now. I have to be quick, but logical. Like Dad always says, I need to tell someone. But who to tell? Dad and Pops, obviously. Shudo looked at his contacts. Calling Pops would be the logical option, seeing as though he is recording his radio show. His radio station is close to Hitoshi's house. But he might not pick up because he is on air. Shudo didn't have much time to question it, though. He pressed on the call button. It rang once, twice, thrice, 4 times. Hello, listener. You've reached the voicemail of Present Mike. Please leave your message at the tone, and I'll get back to you as soon as possible. Sorry for the inconvenience. Shudo sighed. He had just wasted time with that. He should have listened to his thoughts more in the first place. That wasn't logical, and now he's lost time. He moved on to Shudo's contact. The phone rang once, twice, thrice, 4 times. Hello. Shudo breathed out shakily with euphoria. Then, the reality of what could be happening with Hitoshi right now caught up to then. He could no longer stop his emotions. The dam broke and he started crying. It was interesting. He hadn't cried in years. His father told him crying was weak. But he couldn't hold them back. The hot tears seared his face as he held the phone in trembling hands. He cried quietly, but they were loud enough to hear over the phone. Shudo's next question came out in a voice laced with concern. Shudo? Are you okay? Are you hurt? Do you need me to come back to the dorms? I'm at Hizashi's studio right now, so it'll take a little. But I can come as soon as possible. He is at Pop's studio. He is closer to Hitoshi than I thought. Shudo was miraculously able to get out coherent sentences, and no. I am not calling about myself. You aren't? You know it's okay if you are. No. I am calling about Hitoshi. Hitoshi? What's going on, Shudo? He is in danger. I believe he is hurt. His father was yelling slurs at him over the phone. I heard the sound of glass shattering. Hitoshi. I heard him scream. You have to help him. Please. Shoyuda sharply inhaled. Imenit. I knew I should have pushed him towards staying with us one more day. I'm such an idiot. Dad knew about this. Hizashi and I finished the case against Hitoshi's father. I shouldn't have taken the chance waiting until school. Shoyuda was talking more to himself. Rambling. Shudo heard his pop's voice in the background. He hoped they left soon. They were all wasting time by standing there. All right. Thank you for calling me, Shudo. Please just help him. Of course. I'll save him. I promise. Bye, Shudo. Goodbye, Dad. Shudo hung up. All he could do was hope. Shoyuda and Hizashi were going to help. He knew they were going to help. He knew they were trying their best and going as fast as they could. Hitoshi was in trouble. And Shudo was alone in his quiet dorm room, silently sobbing. Hitoshi was in danger and Shudo was useless. Shudo needed comfort. He knew that there was no point in human comfort, but, for some reason, he believed that it would help him. Whatever the case, he needed to not be alone. He knew his coping mechanisms were destructive. Natsuo had taught him that, and being with other people would keep him from that. He looked at the time. His phone clock read 21. There was no reason for people to be in the common rooms, but, then again, Shudo knew that the only people who would probably be asleep at this time were Ida and Bakugu. I suppose it's worth an attempt. He walked into the common room. There were, thankfully, other students in there. Kirishima was boiling water in an electric kettle. They had replaced the normal kettle with an electric one after Shudo had freaked out when someone had boiled water on it the first time. Interestingly enough, it was Bakugu who'd insisted on replacing it, and it was him who paid for it. He had yelled that regular kettles were annoying, and that he didn't FNG care about icy hot. But Shudo found it highly coincidental, nonetheless, and Uraraka and Midoriya were sitting on the couch watching a movie. They all looked at him when he walked in. Shudo must have looked like CRP, because the other three's faces immediately shifted into concern. Kirishima abandoned his place watching the electric kettle and ran over to Shudo. Bro, are you okay? Shudo shook his head slightly, staring at the floor. At that point, Uraraka and Midoriya had already made their way over to Todoroki. Todoroki, what happened? Midoriya already looked like he was about to cry, and he didn't even know what was wrong yet. Shudo almost started crying all over again. He was, surprisingly, able to squeeze out an explanation without doing so. However, Hitoshi is in danger. He's being hurt. And I can't do anything. Uraraka and Midoriya gasped. Kirishima let out a soft "oh" in sympathy, but Shudo knew he didn't know who he was talking about. He appreciated the sympathy, though. Uraraka's eyes were wide. Oh no. We should call Mr. Aizawa. He can help. I already called him. He's going over there. I cannot help. I feel useless. Kirishima placed a hand on Shudo's shoulder. Hey man. I know I don't understand much of this situation. And I know that you probably don't want my 2 cents on the matter. But I'm pretty sure you're anything but useless. You're the one who called Mr. Aizawa. You're the reason Mr. Aizawa is currently heading over there. If it weren't for you, Shinsou wouldn't have anyone coming to get him. I'm pretty sure that's far from useless. Uraraka and Midoriya nodded. Furiously, Kirishima's right. Shudo smiled slightly. Thank you. In reality, it did make him feel a bit better. But he was still worried. Hitoshi could be dying right now. Right now, and he was just standing here. He could be dying, and Shudo was just talking to friends and contemplating the idea of his friendships. Midoriya's voice cut through his thoughts. Hey, Todoroki? Do you want to watch a movie with Uraraka, Kirishima, and I? I know in times like this you might prefer to be alone, but if you do want company, well, we're here. Why? Thanks. Kirishima grinned at him. Do you want me to make you hot cocoa or tea or something? Would you make hot chocolate, please? Kirishima shot him 2 thumbs up. Shudo went to sit between Uraraka and Midoriya, pointedly ignoring how it made his face warm. It was nice to not be alone. Please be okay, Hitoshi. What a fantastic way to go. Hitoshi's inner monologue droned, full of bitterness and sarcasm, bleeding out on my own bedroom floor. And not even from a villain attack, either. Just from father. It's my own fault, though. If I hadn't been so stupid, I would have remembered to ask father before going to training. And if I had asked him, I wouldn't have gotten punished. And if I hadn't gotten punished, I wouldn't have broken the rules. And if I hadn't broken the rules, father wouldn't have had to punish me further. If I had just asked, I wouldn't be bleeding out on my bedroom floor. Hitoshi looked down at the stab wound. It was gouged into his right shoulder. The once brown wooden floor of his room was now trumped by crimson BLD that would most certainly result in stains. He stared at the ceiling of his room. He was going to die. Quite aware of that fact already, Hitoshi sighed in exasperation. Of course I have to die right after I finally found people that I can care about. That unbelievably care about me. Just my luck. Hitoshi wasn't a religious person. He never really gave it much thought. But then, as he lay on his floor, or rather, death's doorstep, he couldn't help but wonder what a supposed afterlife would end up being like. He wondered if heaven would be nearly as good as the days he spent with his newfound friends, family even. Family has a nice ring to it. It might have been weird to categorize your 2 teachers, their daughter, and one of your classmates as family, but Hitoshi was almost dead. He no longer had enough energy to care about societal norms. Hitoshi wondered if, in heaven, the hugs were as warm as Aries. He wondered if the cooking was as good as Hizashi's. He wondered if the support he got there were comparable to Shuda's support. He wondered if any love he received there would ever come close to the same love that Shuda willingly gave him. He highly doubted that heaven could do any of that. Doesn't matter, anyway, even if they actually do somehow exist. I'd end up in hell rather than anything close to the Yamada Aizawa household. Hitoshi wondered how the family would find out he's dead. Eri probably wouldn't find out first. Maybe Shoyuda? If he missed one too many training sessions. Or Hizashi. If he missed one too many texts. It might have been Shudo if he missed one too many calls. Maybe Shoyuda and Hizashi will be told in private that I died. I'm not worth that, but I can see the point when it comes to things like attendance. Hitoshi huffed a bitter laugh. I wonder if they'll miss me. He focused on a patch of his ceiling. Water was leaking from a small hole and plipped down rhythmically. Hitoshi could almost feel water on his face. Oh wait, those were tears. Hitoshi's phone rang. It had done that 5 times over the past 10 minutes. The phone was within arm's reach, but Hitoshi couldn't bring himself to answer it. Who's even calling me this late? It's probably just a telemarketer or something. It rang a second time. Why am I even crying? Isn't this what I wanted? To be dead? It rang a third time. I don't want to be dead. I don't want to die. I want to stay with Eri, and Hizashi, and Shuto, and Shoyuta. It rang a fourth time. Hitoshi sluggishly reached for his phone, bringing it up to his ear as he pressed his finger to the green pickup call button. It smeared BLD on his screen, but that was the least of his worries. Miraculously, Hitoshi had been able to read the name on screen. He spoke accordingly, voice coming out scratchy. Shuto? He heard a sigh from the other side. Hitoshi. Hello. How are you doing? I probably shouldn't lay all of my problems on him at once. Maybe I'll just ease into the fact that I'm bleeding out on my bedroom floor. Yeah, that'll work. I'm fine. Hitoshi's door burst open, cracking from the force. His father stood in the doorway, looking furious. Hitoshi's BLD ran cold. There goes easing into it. Shut the F up, you've got. You would be a villain if you weren't so dim and useless. Hitoshi cringed at the words. His eyes panned down to his father's hand. In it held as a muzzle. It had been weeks since his father had muzzled him. The muzzle was too small. Hitoshi swore he could feel the pain on his face even though there was nothing on it. As of yet, anyway, that would soon change. Hitoshi? 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 Are you okay? Are you alive? Do you need me to call someone? I am going to call someone. Hitoshi sobbed into the phone. I don't want to. I don't want to. Don't make me. I don't want to. Shoyo. His father started screaming at this point, apparently finally noticing he was talking to someone. Who the hell are you talking to? Do you have a boyfriend? Evil, please. Hitoshi screamed as his father put on the muzzle. The metal cut into his skin, opening up wounds that had finally been starting to heal. It hurts. It hurts so much. All he could do was cry as his father ripped away his phone and slammed it into the ground. It wasn't broken quite yet, and Hitoshi could hear Shuto's voice yelling from the phone. His father laughed as he stomped on the phone with one of his boots, the sole effectively shattering the screen and rendering the phone useless. It had hung up on Shuto. Hitoshi hoped he wouldn't be mad about that. Finally. You'll stop being so DMN loud. Nukashi left. Hitoshi turned his attention back up to the ceiling. It was worth a shot. Now all of my hope is gone and I'll end up dead in a muzzle. What a pathetic way to go. I hope Shuto doesn't blame himself or something. He'll be a great hero someday. Can't have him being held back by a meaningless death such as mine. Hitoshi was about to close his eyes, resigned to his fate, when the door knocked. Shoyuta sat looking at his boyfriend as he ran his radio show from inside his booth. Shoyuta was listening to the show while watching Hizashi run it purely because he found it amusing that the radio audio was a tad bit slower than Hizashi speaking. He turned his gaze to his phone screen. It was pulled up on Hitoshi's message page. Shoyuta had sent a message asking him how he was doing half an hour ago. He was starting to get worried. He probably has his phone on Do Not Disturb or off. It's been less than 1 day, nothing too bad could have happened yet, right? That didn't quell his concerns, however. His concerns were the reason why he was somewhere close to Hitoshi's house rather than at his own, after all. Shoyuta sighed. His eyelids started drooping. He forced them open. I have to stay awake. If I fall asleep, Hitoshi can't contact me. I need coffee or something. He stood up, recalling that there was instant coffee and hot water in the lobby. He headed over there, accidentally leaving his phone on the chair. He put a packet's worth of instant coffee into the cup and filled it with hot water from a water dispenser next to the cups. He stirred the instant coffee into the water with a thin plastic straw. He sipped on the coffee as he walked back to his seat. The hot liquid burned his tongue, but it worked to wake him up. He heard a phone ring as he got closer to his seat. Weird. I didn't know there were other people around here. The ringtone was familiar. Wait, that's my phone. He bolted to his seat, hoping he could pick up the phone before it went to voicemail. He looked at the caller ID before picking up. It was Shinsou. Hello. It was quiet on the other side until Shoyuta heard a particularly wet gasp. But he was crying. He's crying? He's crying. Something's wrong. Shinsou? Are you okay? Are you hurt? Do you need me to come back to the dorms? I'm at Hizashi's studio right now, so it'll take a little. But I can come as soon as possible. Shoyuta didn't even breathe between questions. It was silent for a little more until Shinsou answered in a wobbly, tear-ridden voice. No. I am not calling about myself. You aren't? You know it's okay if you are. Maybe he thinks he can't bother me or something. Like Hitoshi did. No. I am calling about H. Hitoshi. No. Hitoshi? What's going on, Shinsou? He is in danger. I believe he is H. hurt. His father was yelling slurs at him over the phone. I heard the sound of glass shattering. Hitoshi. I heard him scream. You have to help him. Please. No. This couldn't be happening. Damn it. I knew I should have pushed him toward staying with us one more day. I'm such an idiot. Hizashi and I finished the case against Hitoshi's father. I shouldn't have taken the chance waiting until school. Alright. Thank you for calling me, Shinsou. Please just help him. Shoyuta exhaled. Of course. I'll save him. I promise. Bye, Shinsou. Goodbye, Dad. Shoyuta hung up. He sprung up, catching Hizashi's attention with the sudden movement. Shoyuta brought up his hands to sign to his boyfriend. Hitoshi is in trouble. We need to help him. Hizashi's eyes widened. He nodded. He turned around and signed something to one of his assistants, who sent him a thumbs up. In a few minutes, he was running out of the booth and toward the front door of the studio. Shoyuta had started up the car while Hizashi was finishing his work. Grabbing a first aid kit on the way out, Hizashi pushed open the exit door of the studio and bolted across the parking lot. He wrenched open the car door and sat down in the driver's seat. Hizashi was the designated driver between the two as Shoyuta couldn't drive for sheet. Shoyuta finished calling the police as Hizashi backed the car out of the parking lot. Hizashi started talking. What happened? Shinsou called, saying that Hitoshi's in danger. Hizashi bit his lip, eyebrows creased. Do we know anything else about his condition? Shoyuta shook his head. No, but Shinsou was very distressed. He was crying. Hizashi. I would say that means that it's pretty bad. Hitoshi bit out a curse, gripping the steering wheel harder. I hope we're not too late. We should have never let him go home. Shoyuta nodded and readied himself for a fight. The car was parked on the side of the road, next to Hitoshi's house. The moment it stopped, both Shoyuta and Hizashi rushed out of the car. They ran across the uneven path to the house. Hizashi almost tripped as his foot caught on a particularly tall rock. Making it to the front door of the rundown house, Shoyuta knocked on it. No one came. Shoyuta exchanged a look with Hizashi before knocking again. This time it was answered. Hitoshi's father was a burly man. His purple hair was greasy and matted. His red eyes pierced into Hizashi and Shoyuta. He spoke in a rough voice, his words slurring. What are you here fair? Shoyuta surveyed the obviously drunk man. He was holding a glass bottle with some sort of probably alcoholic liquid in it. His fists were red with what Shoyuta hoped wasn't BLD. He knew that it was, however. Hizashi spoke with a fake happy tone. We're here to check on your son. Why? Nukashi spat. We have reason to believe that he is in danger, Shoyuta drawled. He knew it was blunt, but they weren't going to get anywhere with politeness. There's no reason to check on him. Hizashi narrowed his eyes, his polite facade was dropped. That trail of BLD that starts at a bloodied knife seems to say otherwise. Shoyuta looked behind Hitoshi's father. Sure enough, there was BLD soaked into a dirty carpet and a knife lay beside it. It looked fresh. Too fresh. No. No. That's not good. Hitoshi. We need to finish this, fast. Nukashi scoffed. Well, you're gonna have to get past me. Shoyuta looked at Hizashi. He wasn't in his hero costume, his hair pulled up in a bun. He was also holding a first aid kit. He wouldn't be able to release his quirk well without major property damage. Shoyuta grit his teeth. It was the logical course of action. Mike, find Hitoshi. I'll hold him off. Hizashi nodded and sprinted past Nukashi. Nukashi spun around to start chasing him, but Shoyuta hit him from behind, forcing him to return focus to Shoyuta. Please hurry, Hizashi. Please don't let us be too late. Mike, find Hitoshi. I'll hold him off. Hizashi nodded, then sprinted past Shoyuta and Nukashi. Okay, Hizashi. Quick. Where would Hitoshi's room be? Hizashi ran toward a narrow, unknown hallway, breathing from his mouth to avoid the overwhelming smell of alcohol. He didn't know the house, and he didn't even know if he was going the right direction. The carpeted ground made squelching sounds with every step, as if they were soaked. Hizashi looked down at the carpet. They were, in fact, soaked. But it was not with water or even beer that soaked the ground, no. The part of the carpet he was running on was soaked red with BLD. Is it? Hitoshi's. Hizashi almost stopped in his tracks as his eyes widened in realization and fear. He wanted to vomit. If all of this is his BLD, then no. I can't think this way. Hitoshi's gonna be okay. He'll stay alive. He has to. But at least the BLD was useful, crucial, even. It left a track. A track that could only lead to the source. That could only lead to Hitoshi. The path ended. Hizashi stopped in his tracks, skidding across the BLD-soaked floor. He whipped his body to the right where a door was. This had to be Hitoshi's room. The door was broken. It was splintered beyond belief. The thing could barely be classified as a door. Hizashi would wager that was because of Nukashi. Oh God, if this was how the door looked, then... He shut down that train of thought. Hizashi grabbed the doorknob and twisted it, wrenching the door open. It made cracking sounds as it tried to comply with Hizashi's demands. The entire door started bending at the center, due to its condition. After much yanking and panicking, Hizashi was finally able to get the door open. He took in the room with his fear-filled, half-red, half-green eyes. What greeted him would haunt him for years to come. Hitoshi laid on the floor of his tiny bedroom. Hizashi wasn't sure if it could even legally be classified as one. His bed took up about half of the room, and it looked like all of his clothes were under his bed in a bag. It was a very small bag, the same one Hitoshi had brought to Hizashi's house. Were those all his clothes? Hitoshi took up the other half of the bedroom. He was staring at Hizashi with wide eyes. Hizashi unfroze, kneeling next to Hitoshi. Hitoshi? Kiddo? God, I'm so sorry, Hitoshi. Hitoshi was bleeding heavily from his right shoulder down to his side. There was so much BLD, so much BLD. He was also wearing a muzzle. A muzzle? There was a muzzle on his son. That's not... No. Hizashi fumbled around for his lockpick. He always kept one on him. He found it and made quick work of the muzzle. It was a fairly common brand. Hizashi was too familiar with it. The muzzle made a sickening sound as Hizashi pulled it from Hitoshi's face. Hitoshi! Hitoshi! You're going to be alright. You're gonna be alright. Hizashi inhaled sharply. Hey, little listener. You're going to be okay. It wasn't supposed to end up this way. Hitoshi should have never been in this situation. Hitoshi didn't deserve to die. He shouldn't have had the first time he called Hizashi dad be on his deathbed. Hizashi continued his words of comfort as he tried his best to stop Hitoshi's bleeding with the scarce supplies the first aid kit had to offer. He probably sounded like a broken record at this point. He didn't know whether his mantras of comfort were for Hitoshi or himself. Dad, it hurts? I'm so sorry, Hitoshi. I'm so sorry. Hizashi held back tears. The last thing Hitoshi needed was for him to cry. Hizashi started wrapping Hitoshi's wound. No. No. I can't let him go to sleep. He's lost too much BLD, he'll die. Hey, Hitoshi. You can't fall asleep. Please stay awake, please. You can't fall asleep? But I'm too tired. I know, but please. From another part of the house came a yell. A yell from Shoyuta. No. Shoyuta, please be okay. Why is this happening? I'm so powerless. We came unprepared, we should have waited for the police. That show? Hey, what's going on? She fighting someone? Don't worry about it, kiddo. He'll be okay. He has to be. Hitoshi tried to sit up. No. He's in trouble. Hisashi pushed him back down. Don't worry, Hitoshi. It'll be okay. But he's fighting father. It's my fault. It's not your fault. If anything, it's our fault for letting you come back here. Where is that DMN ambulance? He couldn't quite tell if Hitoshi could even hear him anymore. His eyes were distant, dull. His heart was still beating though. He was still breathing. That was enough. But still, seeing him like this broke his heart. He didn't deserve this. Hitoshi didn't deserve this. His son didn't deserve this. Hitoshi, please don't fall asleep. Please don't dash. Hisashi's words devolved into sobs. Where were those ambulances? Then he heard it. It was faint and far off, but he heard it. He heard the telltale whine of an ambulance and police cars. He almost exploded in relief, tears spilling free. It was going to be okay. It was a few minutes before the doctors made it to Hitoshi's room. A very agonizing few minutes. When they did finally burst through, Hisashi backed up to give them space to work. He got sympathetic looks from the doctors as they passed. He assumed it was because he looked like absolute shit. Eyes red and puffy from tears that stung his cheeks. He wiped the tears away. It was okay. Hisashi was okay. Shoyuta would be okay. Hitoshi had to be okay. They were going to be okay. It was finally over. And finally, Hitoshi would be able to come home. To a happy home, a safe home. Shoyuta watched as the doctors wheeled Hitoshi out on a blood-stained stretcher. He couldn't look away. It was either looking at Hitoshi or watching the police detain his father. And he didn't want to ever see that man's face again. He sighed as he watched Hitoshi, lost in his thoughts. I failed him. I failed another Shirakumo. Shoyuta turned toward his boyfriend's voice right in time for Hisashi to briefly hug him. He grunted at the sudden contact. Hisashi pulled away, his hands still on Shuta's shoulders. His eyes were full of concern as he scanned Shoyuta for injuries. Are you all right? Shoyuta nodded. I'm fine. But I heard you scream. It was due to he gestured to the man being arrested, quirk. It was a good thing I did my research on it beforehand. If I hadn't erased it in time, I might have not been fast enough to catch him. I would rather you not feel pain at all. Even if it's not real. Yeah. Me too. The two stayed quiet for a while. Shoyuta could tell that Hisashi had more to say, but it took him a while to do so. He looked rather shaken. It made sense, seeing that Hisashi was the one to find Hitoshi in such a state. Eventually, Hisashi looked over to Shoyuta, his red-green eyes shining with unshed tears. Shoyuta? Hitoshi, there was so much BLD. And I found him in a muzzle. And he called me dad. The first time he called me dad and it was on his deathbed. Hisashi was trying desperately to keep himself from crying, Shoyuta could tell. He was shuddering and had a hand covering his mouth. Shoyuta quietly reached over to hug Hisashi, letting his boyfriend cry in his arms. There was nothing he could tell him. Nothing he could say to make it better. So, he just hugged him and prayed to any hypothetical god that Hitoshi would end up okay. Shoyuta hated hospitals. The scent of antiseptic was only bested by dread. This is where people went to die. Whether or not that was common, it was the bias that Shoyuta held. The white? Everything didn't help either. What was even the point in making everything white? It just made it harder to wash out BLD stains. It was illogical. The only sounds in the room were a low hum of the lights and heart rate monitors steadily beeping. To many people, the latter would be comforting, but to Shoyuta, it just reminded him that they were in a hospital in the first place. That he'd let it get to this point in the first place. That if they'd been just a little bit slower, Hitoshi would be dead. That all of this was because of him. That Hitoshi looked so blanched and frail, as if he were on death's doorstep, because of him. It's my fault. I should have noticed. I should have seen the signs. Looking back, they're so obvious, and yet I still failed. I promised I would protect him. This demon well doesn't look like protection to me. I'm such a failure. I'm sorry, so sorry. I was useless. First Oboro, now Hitoshi. I should have been the one to die back then. I don't deserve to be a hero dash. Shuta's thoughts were interrupted by the door to the room opening with a loud creak. He turned in his seat toward the door. An elderly couple stood there. The man had silver hair and blue eyes. The woman had cloudy, white hair and purple eyes. Their faces lit up, spotting Hisashi and Shoyuta. Mr. and Mrs. Shirakumo. Mr. Shirakumo immediately came over to Shoyuta. Shoyuta. You and Hisashi never come over anymore. Sorry. Don't apologize. Mr. Shirakumo brought Shoyuta into a hug. Mrs. Shirakumo was lightly berating Hisashi on the other side of the room. Why don't you guys ever visit? I'm about ready to come to your house and drag you to ours. Hisashi chuckled, nervously. It's been hectic trying to get used to having a daughter, you know? Oh, I get it. We still have yet to meet her. You can't keep us from our granddaughter forever. Yeah, of course. We should plan a time. Mr. Shirakumo cleared his throat. Speaking of estranged grandchildren, what's going to happen with Hitoshi? Shoyuta glanced at the boy sleeping on the hospital bed. Well, as his last living family, you two would most likely take custody of him. We couldn't figure out much about his father's side, and frankly, I'd rather it be you two than any other unknown person. Well, that's a good idea, and I totally understand. We were wondering if you two could do a favor for us? That's not a very reassuring sentence. Mr. Shirakumo bellowed out a laugh. Always the pessimist. Shoyuta. It's nothing bad, I promise. Or, I hope you won't find it bad. It's just that we're getting old. There's no sugarcoating that. I don't believe either of us could provide Hitoshi the life and love he needs after his situation. I never thought about that. So, we were wondering if the two of you could take him in? You both have way more training than we do, plus, Hitoshi already knows and trusts you. I don't think he'd really enjoy being forced to live with two unknown people, even if we are his grandparents. I know it's a lot to ask, but I just want what's best for him. Shoyuta made eye contact with Hisashi. They both had come to the same conclusion, but Shoyuta just wanted to be sure. Hisashi sent a thumbs up to Mr. Shirakumo. Of course. We definitely have the room, and Eri loves Hitoshi. He'll fit right in. Mrs. Shirakumo smiled warmly to them. I don't know what we would do without you two. You guys are always there for our family. Like, guardian angels or something? Shoyuta scoffed. I'm a guardian angel, huh? I'm pretty sure it's the other way around. I'm the reason why Oboro is dead. I'm the reason why Hitoshi was dashed. His thoughts are cut off with a light chop to his head. Stop that. I can see those thoughts swirling around, Shoyuta. We don't blame you for his death. He wouldn't either. Nobody does except you. Same with Hitoshi's situation. Both Mrs. Shirakumo and Hisashi nodded in agreement. He's right, Shoyuta. You're not at fault. Shoyuta hummed. He didn't believe them, but now wasn't the time to unravel those feelings. Mrs. Shirakumo spoke in a quieter voice. We watched the sports festival. Hitoshi, he reminds me of Oboro. I don't know why. Maybe his tenacity or dedication. He's a good kid. Yeah, Hitoshi was in pain. It wasn't outright, more like a throb. He'd had worse, but that certainly didn't make it comfortable. Where even was he? He tried to clear his mind, which only served to make it more groggier. He wanted to groan, but he wasn't sure he could make any sound even if he tried. I was at Shoyuta and Hisashi's house. No, that's not right. I went home. Father was there. Father was there and he stabbed me. As if on cue, his shoulder let out a small throb of pain. A thought occurred to Hitoshi. What if I'm dead? I can feel pain, though only faintly, but it would only be logical. I lost a lot of BLD. No, that wasn't right. Something was missing. The puzzle was left unfinished. What was he missing? A blurry image came to his mind. Laying in a pool of his own BLD, red-stained phone in hand, Hitoshi looked up at someone. They were speaking frantically, but all Hitoshi could focus on was that they were there. They were actually there. The sense of safety and familiarity they brought him. They were not his dad. Not his father, his dad. A subtle change in words that, despite that, brought a drastic change in meaning. Hisashi. He had been pleading with Hitoshi to stay alive. Right, the stab wound? How did he know to look for Hitoshi? I called someone. But who? Shuto. That's right. I called Shuto. Now that he had brought his mind and memory up to speed, Hitoshi's only problem was not knowing where he was. Focus on my senses. I can't see, and I don't think taste will really help here. All I can taste is BLD, anyway, so rely on the others. Touch, scent, and hearing. Hitoshi could feel that he was on something soft, probably a bed. The sheets, he assumed they were sheets, felt cool under his hands. There was the feeling of something on his face. He was pretty sure it was a mask. Not a muzzle. A mask. A breathing mask? Yeah, that makes sense. He didn't think that Hizashi would allow anyone to put a muzzle on him, anyway. If Hizashi took him to safety, he wouldn't have a muzzle on. Plus, it didn't hurt like muzzles do. Therefore, it was probably some sort of mask. If he took me somewhere safe and I'm not dead, then I'm probably in a hospital of some sorts. His nose proved rather useless. The only thing that he could identify was the smell of chemicals. It wasn't a very endearing scent, to say the least. He would rather ignore it. The last sense ended up being the most confusing to Hitoshi. Hearing. He strained his ears to hear something, anything. Everything felt like it was underwater. He could make out a few sounds, though. There was a steady beeping noise. If I run with the theory that Hizashi took me to a hospital, then that's probably a heart monitor. Doesn't sound irregular. That's good at least. It proves I'm not dead. The only other noises Hitoshi could make out were scarce. He could tell there were many people conversing, but that was about it. He was unable to make heads or tails of anything they were saying. Were they even speaking Japanese? What could he do with this information, though? He could have attempted to open his eyes, but he needed to be sure he wasn't in any danger, first. Just because he was in a hospital didn't mean he was safe. Maybe I could try to recognize the voices of the people speaking? You don't need to understand a person to recognize their voice. You can tell that through their pitch, volume, and inflection, sometimes. Hitoshi listened to more of the muffled and muddy conversation. There were 4 voices overall. 2 of the voices had similar inflection and volume but different pitches. Try as he might, Hitoshi couldn't recognize either of their voices. The only thing he could parse out from their voices was that they were both elderly. That's not a good start. But there are still 2 more people. Follow Hizashi's ideals. Keep hope. The next voice he focused on was loud. Lots of laughs were thrown into this person's words, making it a hodgepodge of humor and more serious wordings. The person seemed to be holding back a lot of things. Their voice was using a more upbeat demeanor to veil, albeit, thinly, a wave of emotions that was bound to crash into them soon. It was only when the voice rose a bit that Hitoshi recognized it. The realization hit him like a freight train. That's Hizashi. I've never heard him sound like that before. Is that really because I was hurt? Does he really care that much? The other voice was a lot easier to recognize. The inflections were mostly monotone. The pitch was deep and the volume was low. That's Shoyuta. It makes sense, since Hizashi's here. Hitoshi now had many of the puzzle pieces. He just needed to put them in the right places. So, first I came home. Then I was yelled at by my father. Then he stabbed me. After that, I stumbled to my bedroom. I picked up a call from Shudo. Father came in, strapped a muzzle to me, and broke my phone. And then Hizashi came in and tried to keep me awake until the medics arrived. Wait, did I call Hizashi yet? If Hitoshi were awake, he'd be pursing his lips. Sheet. I hope he didn't mind. He froze, almost wanted to laugh at himself. Who am I kidding? He probably screamed in excitement. Both of them have told me how I'm their son. I don't know if they're being serious, but I sure hope so. I want to be part of their family whether or not I deserve it. To be their son, though, Hitoshi realized that he probably had to stay alive. And that meant that he should maybe wake up at some point. He knew he was safe now. Hizashi and Shoyuta were in the room with him, and he assumed the other 2 people weren't bad people. At least, his dad's teachers didn't believe so. Otherwise, he'd probably hear more yelling. Hitoshi willed himself to open his eyes. It took some work, but he was able to. As he'd guessed, Hizashi and Shoyuta were there, talking to the 2 other people in the room. One of the people was an elderly man with silvery hair. The other was an elderly woman with white, cloudy hair. They both reminded Hitoshi of the pictures his mother used to show him of her brother. The man had a similar face to him, the woman had similar hair. They also reminded Hitoshi of his mom, but he buried those emotions. He didn't need to cry, right? If they're in my hospital room, they're probably related to me. Maybe they're Oboro's parents? That would mean that they're Mom's parents. Therefore my grandparents. That doesn't seem very far-fetched to me, at least. Hitoshi continued to stare at the four as they engaged in conversation. He could let them know he was awake, but he didn't want to. So he just laid there for what he estimated to be about 10 minutes. As Hisashi was recounting the wondrous kitchen adventure they'd had a few days ago, he looked to Hitoshi for a split second. He turned his gaze back to the two older people, then doubled back, spinning right back around to stare at Hitoshi. Hitoshi stared back, a smirk on his face. Why'd you stop your story? How dash? Shoyuta erased his quirk before he could wake up the whole building. Hisashi continued in a lower voice. How long have you been awake? Like 10 minutes? Why didn't you let us know? Hitoshi shrugged. Then he winced as the movement pulled on his wound. I dunno. Didn't want to, I guess? Hisashi gaped at him. You really are a mini Shoyuta? Hitoshi grinned. It was okay now. He was okay now. Over time, as Shudo used the movie as a distraction, Uraraka and Midoriya got closer and closer until they were all in a cuddle pile. Kirishima had left around 10 minutes beforehand to do some late-night studying with Bakugo. It is quite amazing that Kirishima is able to befriend someone as aggressive as Bakugo. They seem quite close. Shudo wasn't used to physical affection, but he found that he enjoyed being squished between Uraraka and Midoriya. Sitting on the couch with his two best friends, wrapped in a blanket, Shudo felt safe. He felt loved. The main door to the common rooms opened. Midoriya and Uraraka perked up at the noise whilst Shudo flinched. Through the door walked Hisashi and Shoyuta. Uraraka paused the movie as Midoriya tensed up. Hisashi looked over to them and grinned. You three are up late. Midoriya frantically waved his hands around. Sorry. We were gonna cut the movie short, but then Todoroki walked in, and he looked sad, and dash. Shoyuta interrupted. It's all right. You three get a pass tonight. Midoriya relaxed slightly. Shudo took this as a chance to speak. How is Hitoshi? Is he? Shudo's words fizzled out. He realized he didn't want to finish that question. If he finished the question, if he asked if Hitoshi was still alive, then he could be told that his brother was dead. He'd rather be ignorant than know that. Shoyuta seemed to get what Shudo had stopped himself from asking. He's okay. Or he will be, at least? Shudo relaxed at Shudo's words. He's okay. He's alive. He's not going to die. He's alive. He's at the hospital currently. We can take you to see him during visiting hours tomorrow. Hisashi spoke in a softer voice than normal. Shudo, if you hadn't called Shoyuta at the time you did, Hitoshi would be in a much worse state. You saved him, Shudo. Thank you. Shudo stared at him, mouth opened slightly. You saved him? Shoyuta made an affirmative grunt to Hisashi's statement. Hisashi cleared his throat and clasped his hands together. Now, you three listeners should be off to bed. It's very late. Uraraka, Shudo, and Midoriya nodded. Uraraka looked to Shudo, uncertainly. Are you going to be okay tonight, Todoroki? Shudo gave her a soft smile. Yes. I believe I will be. Thank you. Hitoshi stared at the ceiling and pinched himself again. The small pain, once again, affirmed him that he was awake and alive. At least he was most likely alive. Soon after he had woken up, the night before, Hitoshi had asked Hisashi, Shoyuta, and his grandparents what would be happening with him. He fully expected to be put in foster care or live with his grandparents, which he had nothing against them, but they were new people. He didn't know them. What he did not expect, however, to be asked what he wanted. Well, Hisashi started. Who do you want to go with? You're giving me a choice. Hisashi frowned. Well, it's your life. My options are, well, you could go with your grandparents, or you can come live with Shoyuta and I. We certainly have the room, and we would love to have you. Hitoshi stared at Hisashi, scanning him for a trace of sarcasm or humor. He didn't find anything. He asked just to be sure. Sure? 100%. Nobody could blame Hitoshi for having been shocked. He still was a bit shocked. This was his dream come true. He had never thought that anything like this would ever happen to him. But here he was. And this was real. This was real. The hospital room door opened and a nurse stuck his head in, smiling at Hitoshi. Shinsou, you have visitors. Should I let them in? Yes. Hitoshi hesitated at first, still lost in his thoughts and shock a bit. He tacked a thank you on at the end as an afterthought. Of course. The nurse was interrupted by a certain dual-colored teen. Shudo pushed past him to kneel next to Hitoshi's bed. Hitoshi. Hey Shudo. I was so worried about you. Oh yeah. I'm so sorry. Hitoshi's apology was interrupted by Shudo's hand muffling his voice. Shudo was already shaking his head. Do not apologize. None of this was your fault. He's right, Hitoshi. Hitoshi looked to where the voice came from, seeing Shoyuta and Hizashi standing at the doorway. He wondered how he didn't notice them before. Shoyuta spoke up, you're going to be discharged from the hospital today. We'll take you home. Shudo looked up to Shoyuta, a more serious glint in his eyes than normal. Where exactly is Hitoshi's home going to be? You cannot possibly be planning to have him live with someone he does not know. I will not allow that. Hizashi waved his hands around. Oh no. Hitoshi's gonna come stay with us, yo. Oh, that's adequate. Hizashi's mouth hung open. Adequate? We're only adequate? Be quiet, Hizashi, we're in a hospital, Shoyuta chastised. Right? Busy. Did I think that was your phone, Shudo? Shudo grunted at Hitoshi's words. Huh? Oh. A text from Fuyumi said, where are you, Shudo? Dad's almost home, and he won't be happy if you're gone. Shudo's face fell a bit. You okay, little listener? Oh, yeah. I am fine. Must go, however. Shudo felt Hitoshi's shoulders slump. Already? But you just got here? Shudo sighed. I am sorry. Hitoshi smiled. No, don't worry about it. I'll see you later. Love you, Shudo. I love you too. Hitoshi walked up the steps to the front door of Hizashi and Shudo's house. To his house. He had just been discharged from the hospital an hour prior. He really never thought he'd make it this far. He thought he'd end up dead in a ditch. He certainly didn't think he'd end up with two living parents who actually cared about him, much less a brother and sister. If he were being honest, he kind of expected Shoyuta and Hizashi to say that they were joking about taking him in. He never thought they'd want him. He'd never thought anyone would want him. But there he was. Shoyuta and Hizashi's home was so much warmer now that he knew it was his. Now that he knew the feeling wasn't temporary. The feeling of safety, that he was safe, that he was loved. Hitoshi was finally home.